This colloquium is organized by the High Court of Kerala and the Kerala Judicial Academy in association with the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, and International Justice Mission. The event is designed to be an eye-opening and enriching experience. It seeks to translate judicial and legal insights into concrete actions to combat this global menace. We are deeply honored to welcome our distinguished dignitaries for the inaugural session. May we most respectfully request Honorable Dr. Justice Kausar Edapagat, Judge, High Court of Kerala and Member Board of Governors of Kerala Judicial Academy, and the esteemed speakers for today, Honorable Mr. Justice Atul Sridharan, Judge, High Court of Madhya Pradesh, Dr. M. Devasitam, Regional Specialist, South Asia, International Justice Mission, Sri Sujit K. Director, Kerala Judicial Academy, and Sri Mohankrishnan P., Additional Director, Kerala Judicial Academy, to grace the dais.
With immense pleasure, we now invite Sri Sujit K.N., Director, Kerala Judicial Academy, to deliver the welcome address and introductory remarks.
A warm good morning to everyone, to all gathered here in this august auditorium, and to those connecting with us virtually from afar. Honorable Dr. Justice Kausar Edapagat, Judge, High Court of Kerala, Honorable Mr. Justice Atul Sridharan, Judge, High Court of Madhya Pradesh, distinguished members from the International Justice Mission, including Dr. Devasitam, Sri Mohankrishnan P., Additional Director, Kerala Judicial Academy, my other co-directors, Dr. John Varghese, Dr. Anthony Alex, and staff of the Academy, my esteemed participants, judicial officers, prosecutors, defense lawyers, senior police officers, government officials, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my privilege and pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to this colloquium on this combating human trafficking organized by the Kerala Judicial Academy in association with the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, held in collaboration with the International Justice Mission. I am sure many of you are aware of the special significance of this day holds for the legal fraternity in Kerala. Today marks the 70th anniversary of the establishment of our High Court, which came into being on 1st November 1956. As we gather here on this 1st November 2025, let us joyfully commemorate and celebrate the remarkable journey of our unified High Court, a shining symbol of justice, integrity, and rule of law in our state. Human trafficking is the gravest violations of human dignity. It is not merely a crime against the law, but a crime against the humanity itself. It treats human beings as commodity. It transcends borders across the globe and operates to become instantly active in the event of calamities and natural disasters. Now, it has developed to a different level. It has started to target qualified professionals as well. We are reading newspaper reports regarding young professionals, highly qualified, tricked and trafficked to different destinations for exploitation. This colloquium is an opportunity to deepen our understanding and strengthen our institutional coordination and reaffirm our commitment to justice for most vulnerable. We have carefully stitched and curated today's program to ensure rich blend of expertise and experience. We shall be privileged to hear Honorable Mr. Justice Atul Sridharan, who will share the expert insights and judicial reflections on the theme. Next, we will also have Mr. Sadish Bino IPS, whose thoughts and observations will provide valuable inputs and ample food for thought. Further, Dr. Devasidham, who has been actively associated with anti-human trafficking operations across the globe, will share his wide-ranging experience and global perspective on the subject. Adding a deeply human dimension to our discussion, we will also hear the voice of a survivor who was deceived and trafficked, whose story will remind us the profound human cost behind the issues we seek to address. Thus, we have diverse deliberations which will broaden our understanding and strengthen our resolve. That said, by way of introduction, reverting to my actual responsibility, I deem it a great honor to welcome Honorable Dr. Justice Kausar Edapagat, Judge, High Court of Kerala, who has graciously consented to inaugurate this significant event. His Lordship is a distinguished member of the Board of Governors of the Kerala Judicial Academy, and in that capacity, he has contributed immensely to the growth and progress of the Academy. As a judge, His Lordship is renowned for his erudition and has authored several path-breaking judgments. We are deeply privileged by your Lordship presence and continued guidance in all our academic endeavors. Once again, on behalf of the Academy and all those gathered here, I extend a warm and respectful welcome to His Lordship to this colloquium. As a special guest for this significant event, we are honored to have the gracious presence of Honorable Mr. Justice Atul Sridharan, Judge, High Court of Madhya Pradesh, who is in fact a Malayali by birth. On more than one occasion, I have had the privilege of attending academic session steered by His Lordship at the National Judicial Academy, and I can testify with complete confidence that we are assured of an enriching and engaging session from His Lordship as a resource person. Known for his sharp legal acumen and remarkable intellect, it is indeed a pleasure to have His Lordship with us for today's event. On behalf of all present here, I extend a warm and respectful welcome to Honorable Mr. Justice Atul Sridharan, whose gracious presence adds immense value and inspiration to the colloquium. We are equally delighted to welcome Dr. Devasidham and other distinguished representatives from the International Justice Mission, whose global commitment to the eradication of human trafficking has been a beacon for partnership and purpose. We warmly welcome you, sir. The vote of thanks will be proposed by Sri Mohaneshwaran P., Additional Director of the Kerala Judicial Academy, a valued colleague of mine and a steadfast pillar of support. I take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to Sri Mohaneshwaran P. to this function. My esteemed co-directors of the Academy, Dr. John Varghese and Dr. Annie Thalia Alex, they also present here. I welcome them also to this function. No doubt, this colloquium brings together a distinguished gathering of stakeholders, judicial officers, prosecutors, advocates, senior police officers, and officials from various government departments, all united by a shared objective, the effective prevention and prosecution of human trafficking. On behalf of the Kerala Judicial Academy, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all participants who have joined us today from across the state and beyond. Your presence enriches this forum and reinforces our collective commitment to making the justice delivery system more humane, responsive, and effective. Once again, I warmly welcome each one of you to this significant event. May today's deliberations pave the way for renewed strategies, strengthened collaborations, and practical insights in our shared mission to combat human trafficking in all its forms. Let us collectively explore effective pathways to ensure justice for victims and support their rehabilitation. With the remarkable panel of resource persons joining us, We are look forward to gaining a deeper understanding of human trafficking and identifying the best possible ways to combat this grave crime. Once again, I welcome all of you and wish the deliberations all success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the warm and insightful welcome. We shall now formally commence the inaugural session.
We request all the dignitaries to kindly come forward to light the ceremonial lamp. We request Honorable Dr. Justice Kausar Edapagat to light the lamp.
Request Honorable Dr. Kausar Edapagat, Judge High Court of Kerala and Member Board of Governors of the Kerala Judicial Academy to deliver the inaugural address. Sir.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and dear participants, good morning to all of you. It is both an honor and a solemn responsibility to inaugurate this judicial colloquium on anti-human trafficking, a subject that tests the moral fiber of our legal system and the conscience of our society. This colloquium brings together 4 pillars of the criminal justice system. It is a rare and vital opportunity to foster interdisciplinary understanding. At the outset, I would like to thank Brother Justice Adul Sridhar, a Malayali judge of the Madhya Pradesh High Court and a distinguished legal scholar who has traveled all the way from the heartland state to God's own country only to attend this program. It shows his unwavering commitment to justice. Thank you, sir. I also thank the remaining distinguished speakers, Sri Sadish Binu, Sri M. Devasitam, and Sri Rajesh for their gracious presence here today. Human trafficking is an age-old problem that happens throughout the world. It has become the 3rd largest organized crime after drugs and arms trade across the world. The profit generated from trafficking in human beings are phenomenally high, thereby making it one of the most lucrative criminal industries in the world. Close to 80% of the human trafficking across the world is done for sexual exploitation, and the rest is for bonded labor. And India is considered as the hub of this crime in Asia. Historically, human trafficking has become part of the inhuman history, and today, human trafficking is considered as a form of modern slavery. Human trafficking is not merely a crime, it is a profound infraction of human dignity and an egregious human rights violation. It is a commodification of vulnerability the exploitation of desperation, and the erosion of liberty. The trafficked person is not just a victim of criminality or exploitation, but of a systemic failure, of poverty, of patriarchy, displacement, and indifference. Indian Constitution enshrines the right to life and personal liberty under Article 21, which has been interpreted by the Supreme Court to include the right to live with dignity, free from exploitation. And Article 23 explicitly prohibits trafficking in human beings and forced labor. These provisions are not aspirational, they are actionable mandates. And Supreme Court decisions from Vishal Jeet in 1990 to Buddhadev Karmaskar in 2011 have laid the groundwork for a right-based approach to address the issue of human trafficking. So despite these constitutional safeguards, judicial pronouncements and the legislation like Immoral Traffic Prevention Act 1956, provisions in IPC 372-373, and provisions under the JJ Act, Bonded Labor System Abolition Act, Child Labor Prohibition Regulation Act, and Transplantation of Human Organs Act. Our conviction rates remain dismally low, and victims often face secondary victimization. Traffickers evade and trials languish. We must retrospect. Are our procedures trauma informed? Are our courts accessible? Are our investigations timely and thorough? As judges, advocates, prosecutors, and police officers, we are not just interpreters of the law, but custodian of justice. We must ensure that anti-trafficking jurisprudence reflects the constitutional promise of protection, rehabilitation, and empowerment. Our collective role in combating human trafficking must go beyond procedural efficiency. It must embody compassion, vigilance, and resolve. We must remember the trafficked child, the coerced laborer, and the exploited woman are not voiceless. They speak through our judgments, our charge sheets, our pleadings, and our investigations. We must ensure their voices are heard. Let us move from institutional silos to collaborative frameworks. In the end, our fight against human trafficking is not just legal, it is ethical. It is a test for our commitment to the vulnerable, the invisible, and the forgotten. Every trafficked person rescued, every trafficker convicted, every survivor rehabilitated is a step towards a more just society. This colloquium is more than an academic exercise. It is a call to conscience. The strength of this colloquium lies not only in the theme, but in the caliber of its participants and the eminent speakers. The deliberations of our distinguished speakers, with their wealth of experience in the field and invaluable insights, no doubt would enrich this forum with doctrinal clarity, field level insights, and reform-oriented perspectives. I'm sure through shared experience and critical dialogue, this colloquium will evolve from a platform of discussion into crucible of transformation. With this, I conclude and declare this colloquium open. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Lordship, for your inspiring and thoughtful address. Your guidance sets the perfect tone for our deliberations today. Next, we have a special address. We are privileged to have with us Honorable Mr. Justice Atul Sridharan, Judge, High Court of Madhya Pradesh. His Lordship will soon join as Judge, High Court of Allahabad. His Lordship is a highly respected legal luminary. He was appointed as a Judge of the High Court of Madhya Pradesh in 2016. Prior to his elevation, he had an extensive and independent practice at the indoor bench of the High Court of Madhya Pradesh and at Delhi. He handled complex civil and criminal matters before the Supreme Court of India, the High Court of Delhi, and various trial courts. We eagerly await his special address. Sir, please.
Very good morning to all the sisters and brothers of the District Judiciary of Kerala and all the other dignitaries here, the police personnel who are also gathered here. I believe there are a lot of advocates, prosecutors. It's a mixed bag. It's going to be interesting, I'm sure, this session. And thanks to Dr. Jayashankaran Nambiar for having extended this invitation to me. It is a great privilege, let me be very frank about it, to be here before you, before this institution, the Kerala State Judicial Academy. And it is all thanks to Justice Nambiar, Justice Edapagat, then the director of the Academy, Dr. Sujit. In fact, it's very intimidating and formidable to be in the company of 3 doctors, PhDs. And I have nothing to show for myself as far as the academics are concerned. So, but nonetheless, it is indeed a great privilege, and thank you very much to all of you for having given me this opportunity of addressing you, or rather exchanging ideas on this subject, amongst other things. And the mixed structure of the audience would be very interesting because I have a hypothetical at the end of my presentation. It is a short presentation, and to tell you the truth, when Justice Jayashankaran Nambiar asked me, where do I send the invitation? Do I send it to Jabalpur or to Allahabad? I really didn't know because I have a person who is in transition right now and shall be taking oath on the 11th at Allahabad. And that's another great privilege to be there in the part of the largest high court in the country with 140 serving judges as of now, 120 serving judges right now. And 40 posts are vacant with a full strength of 160 judges. You see, the interesting part of such a large high court is you may wind up fighting with someone over a berth and train the previous night and find out that he's your bench partner the next day. It's so huge. So you really wouldn't realize that who's there with you. And it's a tough job for the Chief Justice of Allahabad because he doesn't know who's entered his chamber, what his name is. He has to ask for introductions repeatedly. I don't know whether they put in place any kind of scientific structure that would enable him or assist him in identifying the faces with names. So that should be a very interesting experience. Maybe I could share it with all of you at NJ sometime when you come there. And as far as the subject is concerned, we have great intellectuals amongst us who are far more well-versed on the subject than I am. And I must make an honest confession that I've tried to do my best as far as the presentation is concerned. And there may be a few lacunas and might be a little short, it may be a little brief, but that's Dr. Edapagat will fill in the blanks during his session. So thank you very much, and you call me someone as accomplished, that's thanks, that's your kindness. There's nothing very much accomplished as that is concerned. And as far as my genesis is concerned, very interestingly, yes, my mother tongue is Malayalam. My DNA structure is Malayalam. My initial growing up years, I was exposed greatly to the culture and traditions of Kanno, the equality of human beings as it should be. And that has created problems not for me, but others when I sit on the bench in central India. And, but it has been a fantastic experience as a judge. And I would say nothing spectacular of anything that I might have done on the bench. We all try to do our own little bit as judges of trying to push forward the cause of justice. We succeed in several ways, in several cases. Sometimes we don't, but at least we have the satisfaction that we've given it our best shot. If it didn't work out, doesn't matter. So thank you very much once again for having extended this invitation and this opportunity and this privilege to be amongst you and share my opinions with you. Thank you very much.
For the truly stimulating and honest words, we request Sri Monushan P., Additional Director, Kerala Judicial Academy, to offer the vote of thanks.
Honorable Dr. Justice Kausar Dapakat, Judge High Court of Kerala and Member of Board of Governors, Kerala Judicial Academy. Honorable Mr. Justice Adil Sridharan, Judge High Court of Madhya Pradesh. Dr. M. Devasitam, Regional Specialist, South Asia Justice Solutions, International Justice Mission. The respected Director of Kerala Judicial Academy, Sri Sujit Sir. My esteemed co-directors, Dr. John Varghese and Dr. Anthony Alex, and all distinguished participants of this program. Good morning to all. Human rights protection is a multidimensional subject that demands attention from diverse perspectives. Honorable Dr. Justice Kausar Dapakat has eloquently emphasized the need to safeguard human rights and the importance of adopting a dynamic and compassionate approach by judicial officers in this regard. His Lordship has authored several landmark judgments upholding human rights, which continue to serve as guiding lights for the judicial fraternity. His Lordship's unwavering commitment to justice and continued guidance have always been a source of inspiration and strength to all of us. On behalf of Kerala Judicial Academy and the august gathering assembled here, I express with utmost humility and deep respect our profound gratitude to His Lordship Dr. Justice Kausar Dapakat for His Lordship's insightful inaugural address and gracious presence. Honorable Mr. Justice Adil Sridharan has emphasized the need to protect human rights and the importance of adopting approach by judicial officers in this regard. His Lordship has contributed significantly to human rights jurisprudence. The special address delivered by His Lordship was truly thought-provoking and enlightening. On behalf of Kerala Judicial Academy and the august gathering assembled here, I express with utmost humility and deep respect our heartfelt gratitude to His Lordship, Justice Adil Sridharan, for His Lordship's insightful address and his gracious presence. Our sincere thanks are also due to Dr. M. Devasitam, Regional Specialist, International Justice Mission, who will be sharing his valuable insights on international trafficking for cyber slavery. And also, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Rajesh, who will be sharing his experience as a survivor. I wish to place on record my sincere appreciation for the Director of Kerala Judicial Academy, Sri Sir, and my co-directors, Dr. John Varghese and Dr. Anthony Alex, for their exemplary efforts in ensuring the seamless organization and success of this program. I also extend our gratitude to the International Justice Mission team for their collaboration and support in organizing this important program on anti-human trafficking. Last but not least, I thank all judicial officers, government pleaders, advocates, police officers, members of child welfare committees, and officials of Scheduled Tribe Development Department present here today. Your participation and contribution have enriched this program and made this gathering truly meaningful. Once again, thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. With this, the inaugural session concludes. All are requested to stand in attention for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
All are requested to remain seated as we are beginning the technical session shortly. Tea will be served in your seats.
I should have also foreseen that I should have brought the converter with me anyway. So sorry for that small glitch and the way, the time that's been spent correcting it. So I would like to make this an interactive session as far as possible, rather than me speaking and you people going to sleep. Rather than that, we should have an interactive session that both of us are speaking, and I also don't go to sleep. So the idea is, how many judges do we have here of the district judiciary? Can you please raise your hands? Excellent. And the police officers are identifiable. There are about 10 of them. Lawyers, prosecutors, okay. And other lawyers who could be prospective defense counsels? Last row. Okay, youngsters. How many years of practice have you put in? Approximately 5 years. 3 years. You're practicing in the trial court or the high court? High court. Both of you also, high court. Go practice in the trial court. That's where you learn. Okay. Try to, just a lighter weight. So, coming to human trafficking, I just have to give an overview, fortunately, and how it affects us all. How it affects us as a society, how it demeans us as a human being. And I would have thought that this kind of a situation would have only existed amongst the poor, the impoverished, the landless, and those without jobs who are struggling for a survival. But Dr. Devasthanam has in fact opened my eyes to another facet where even the educated can also be taken for this kind of human trafficking. That was opening my eyes to another aspect which I never thought of, but very interesting. I wish I could have been there for your session also, but time wouldn't permit me. But somehow I'll keep in touch with you so that let's see whether we can make use of you elsewhere also, wherever we are. So in central India, you see, you can't look at it as one country, it's actually a continent. And because of cultural variations, and this is more pronounced when we look at central India and southern India. So the differences are continental. The kind of aspirations that the people have and their approach towards life is vastly distinct. And that could also, raise an apprehension in my mind that the aspect of human trafficking affecting both central India and South India could be very varied, maybe very different, and not to expect the same thing that we expect in central India. My exposure has been to central India, mostly Madhya Pradesh. And in fact, I've always had a problem whenever people say that, where are you from? So I would say my native state is Kerala and my home state is Madhya Pradesh. So Madhya Pradesh is part of the place where I grew up. My father, in fact, was born in Indore. So most of our exposure as children, other than Kannur, that where we used to visit once a year at least on LTC, was substantially to Central Indian societies. And our experience of that society is vastly different from what you see here in Kerala. A lot of the problem, you don't experience even 10% perhaps of the issues that the poor and the impoverished part of our state experiences. Of course, we are a much larger state, and the population in Madhya Pradesh is about 8.2 crores in comparison to that of Kerala, which I suppose must be about 3.5 crores at the most. But of course, it's the largest state as far as land area is also concerned. So we have from our eastern border of the state to the western border, it's about 940 kilometers is the size of the state. And I think Kerala at its widest point is about 82 kilometers. That is, in Madhya Pradesh, we are still in the same district at 82 kilometers. We haven't crossed one district also. So, like I said, our experiences, our problems are much varied than that of Kerala. In fact, when I would think of human trafficking, I'm a little surprised as to why that conference is in Kerala. I said, how can Kerala have human trafficking? First of all, everyone is literate. There is nothing like crushing poverty. There is nothing like deprivation, which is visible en masse. So how could Kerala have human trafficking? Once again, what Dr. Devasthanam has said is that category of people perhaps would come from Kerala, from Bangalore, from Maharashtra, educated into IT, who are taken into captivity by false promises, trafficked to one country on the promise of getting them a job in IT, but then later after that moved on to some other country, where they become part and parcel of a cartel or a syndicate that's indulging in crime. in spoofing other people and stealing their wealth. So human trafficking, let's come to the first one, is what do we mean by human trafficking? Now, I would like to have your views, because that I'm sure would be distinctly different because of the social milieu, that the difference of the social milieu from which we come from. I would think it is basically recruitment, transportation, and harboring. If in one line, if I'm to say that, people who have been taken for the purpose, purportedly for working, and are taken away from the place of residence, normal or usual residence, and kept somewhere else. And there they find out that the purpose for what they have been brought there is different from what was promised to them. So the difference between your illegal migration, or what we call the donkey route, and that of the human trafficking is the absence of free will. You have a lot of people who have gone from India to Canada, USA, Australia, and without proper papers and are there. You can't call them as part and parcel of human trafficking, even though those cartels are also organized. There is nothing disorganized about them. They are people who promise other people, especially from Punjab, Haryana, the rich landed gentry, who do not have otherwise a good education to meet those specific standards of the West, that we will get you entry into these countries. You would have to spend so many, 35, 50 lakhs, and we will get you through an alternate route which is illegal. But once inside that country, you are safe. So that is not human trafficking. That would be, illegal migration, illegal immigration to another country without proper papers, without proper documents, and then ultimately getting, transported out or sent back to the place of original residence. So the absence of free will would be what would distinguish both these aspects. And then the presence of threat, force, abduction, fraud, etc. Human trafficking, invariably, if it's a large group that is sought to be transferred from one place to another, it is on the basis of fraud, fraudulent representation. We are getting you jobs. You are earning, say, about 200 rupees a day. 200 rupees, we will get you 1,500 rupees a day. We will take you to Kerala. Why? Because there's a lot of development activities going on there, and minimum wages is over 1,000 rupees. Now that poor man from my state would immediately take the bait. He's hardly getting 300 or 400 rupees per day, and out of that he has to give 200 rupees to the contractor. In hand, he would have about 200 rupees. So it's a, you have won over his mind. You have already captivated his mind of a better life in Kerala. Now that man takes the job. Ultimately, he is transported to Gujarat instead of Kerala. And there he is kept in a camp, in a bonded labor camp, and he is just given the basic sustenance of food or medical requirement, whatever is to be given to him, but not paid the proper wages or salary. Now that's another, so the abduction and the fraud is the first aspect. But smaller groups will indulge in force also, where people get picked up. And the presence of threat or force would always be there, so that the person doesn't create a problem when he's been taken to the new place. Now the purpose of this would be forced of bonded labor, cheap labor. You see, in central India, there is a tendency, that tendency is there all over the country, perhaps all over the world in fact, of getting your work done, paying the cheapest or the most minimal amount of money. Why do you think that so many of our engineers are there in the United States? For the simple reason that they work for less than the local man. So they're cheaper labor, quality labor, so they are preferred over the local person. But here the purpose is forced labor in the sense that the consent is not there. The person is not a willing, partner to your development activities. He's been taken there on the basis of fraud, of a better life. He doesn't find it, and he can't even get out of that place because now he's trapped, having reached that place. The other thing is sexual slavery as far as women are concerned. We'll come to that on another topic also. And this category of victims of sexual slavery can be through abduction or also persons with higher aspirational targets. Someone who's interested in the glamour industry or in making it big in the film industry, and all of a sudden are promised, the sky, the stars, everything, and then brought to a particular place and then all of a sudden she finds she lands up in the brothel. And out there, again the problem starts. Thereafter, once she reaches that place, it is again forced. Fear and coercion is there. She can't escape from there. And after some time, that victim resigns to her fate. So the other aspect is of organ trade. You have a lot of people, especially in foreign countries, who require organs and are impoverished in our country, are easy targets for that. You see, there is a particular sect of our society about whom society doesn't care about. We are not concerned. Our population is so much, at 1.4 billion, that it's if a few 15, 20 people go missing from the most impoverished sections of the society, it's like pulling out a bucket of water from the ocean. They're not missed. They're not missed because they're not relevant. Why are they not relevant? Because they're poor. And if you're poor, nobody is interested in you. And if you go missing one day, and that's about it. Nobody is concerned about you. You file a missing persons report in the police station, and the police goes through the usual protocol of printing the photograph of the person, putting it up in bus stands and all public places, interacting with other states and giving them information, so-and-so has gone missing. And after a month or two, that's forgotten. And so is the person who's taken. The other is forced marriages, especially now we are finding in states like perhaps Haryana and places like that where the female population is falling low. And so much so that in Haryana and Punjab also, where female foeticide, even though it was not legal, was being done pretty rampantly. So the ratio was skewed. Now the present time has come there, it would be very difficult for them to find women from their own communities. So what is the alternative? You abduct females from other societies or other states, bring them over and get them married, forcibly married. Now, an interesting effect of that is, I'm talking the societal aspects. That girl, let us say the girl was from Bihar who was abducted. There it was difficult for the parents to get her married because of the high dowry rate. All of a sudden the girl is abducted, married off in Haryana, there's no dowry, and she is also pretty happy. She is also not complaining after a month or two, she is looked after very well. And there are so many social aspects, but to think of it as something that was voluntary does not arise, because to start with, it was actually human trafficking. The person did not consent in the first place. She was taken away by force in the first place. Then the other is infant trade. You have situations where childless couples want to adopt, they don't get the child, and especially the desire for a male child. Unfortunate, but that's the truth of the matter, that in central India and especially central India, why I say central India is the maximum concentration of the Indian population is there. That's why they say that anyone who wins UP, Bihar, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and the central Indian states, the prime minister will be from that party. It's as simple as that. And that is where most of the problems arise. And these are societies which are highly impoverished also, and impoverished along social lines. Interestingly, you see those who are most impoverished economically are also impoverished educationally. Literacy rate is low. In Madhya Pradesh, I think the literacy rate is just about 72% in comparison to what? 94 of Kerala. 94 or 96, which they say is total literacy. So, and in rural areas in Madhya Pradesh, the female literacy is a little less than 50%. Now, these are acute problems for the simple reason that these are people who can never be educated about their rights. You can't tell them because they don't have that educational background to absorb what you're telling them. So in such a situation, how do you tell a person who's absolutely illiterate that you have the danger of being abducted or that you can be taken for forced labor? It's very difficult. I'll give you a short example. In POXO related cases, you have that 164 statement which is recorded, is it not? Now, case after case, when I was sitting in bail matters, in the 164 statement, I would see that the girl has stated that she studied up to 8th standard and she was studying in such and such a school. Then she gives the details relating to the incident. And then she says that she can't put her signature. She given a thumb impression on the statement. So one of our district judiciary judges from Jhabwa, that's a tribal district in Madhya Pradesh, so she was telling me in one of the sessions in NJ, she was sharing her experience. She says that in one of the cases, a similar POXO related case, the prosecutrix appeared and gave the statement before her. And at the end of it, she says that she wants to put a thumb impression. So the judge asks her that you have stated that you studied up to 8th standard. Can't you sign your name? So she says no. So then the judge asked, did you go to school? So she said, yes, I went to school. What did you go to school for? Now comes the shocking answer. She says, I went to school to eat food. Now you see the two aspects. One is that poverty levels are so high that the parents are sending the child that is at least let her have that one meal in a day. Or the food, the quality of the food perhaps may not be good at home. And the child is also going only for the purpose of having that midday meal scheme. The teacher himself is of such quality that he requires an education himself. He is not able to impart. So just imagine a child who studied till 8th standard is unable to write her own name. So that is the situation. It is improving. It is improving now, but not to the extent that even that, let us assume for a moment that one person has put a signature. But if I throw a Hindi newspaper in front of her, I'm sure that he or she will not be able to read it. They will only be able to put their name and nothing more. But the ability to sign their name, they're considered as illiterate. So these are aspects which are to be taken into consideration when you are thinking of who are the probable victims. The victims cannot be the rich. How many times have you heard of a person who is living in the higher income group being, who's got the best of comforts in life being trafficked? Very, very rare, either, except for this new thing that Dr. Devasthanam has told me. I have never heard of an instance where people from the higher income group ever become victims of human trafficking. And then, of course, you have the terror-related offenses. Now, this is dangerous. This, you see, the distinction between an ordinary offense and a terror-related offense, can anybody tell me what the difference is? Hazard a guess, what could be the difference between an ordinary run-of-the-mill offense and a terror-related offense? Anyone hazarding an answer, please? Yes, tell me. Larger targets. All right, good. That's a very good aspect, because yes, in a terror-related incident, it is not an interpersonal animosity that works, but to get the maximum number of people killed. Anyone else who can think of it? Any other answer? You see, the most important factor that distinguishes a terror-related incident from an ordinary offense is ideology. Ideology becomes the motive. And that could be anything. That could be based on religion. That could be based on caste supremacy. We have seen those incidents also happen. That's why you have riots. That's why you have targeted killing of people from a different religion or a different caste. And my experiences in J&K, fortunately, have shown me facets of that. But those offenses, when I was there, things are far better. Let me be very clear. There was normal life almost in most parts of J&K, except for certain areas which are still considered to be disturbed. But the distinction between a person who wants to create disturbance on the grounds of terror and any other ordinary offense is ideology. Ideology is the motive. He doesn't have a personal animosity with his victim. He feels that the victim must be harmed or killed only because of a particular ideology which says he's from a different group, where one human being views the other human being as another, not as one of himself. That group identity comes into place. So the next is modus operandi. How are these instances carried out? One is organized syndicates and cartels. I would like to put this question to the police personnel there. Can you please tell me your experiences as police officers? How did you find that these offenses relating to human trafficking have happened? And what are your views on what steps or measures can be taken to prevent it? Can any police personnel tell me about that? Anyone? Or is that the cases of human trafficking are so low in Kerala that it has never been an issue here? Yes, please, can somebody tell me from the police as to what is their experience in rather than controlling, in detecting detecting human trafficking, and how have they gone about investigating it, and what measures or steps could they think of preventing human trafficking in future? That's your part. That's the police's part. Anyway, we could take on some questions or maybe have more. So I think you have an opinion, sir, sitting there. Do you have an opinion? Do you want to give an opinion as to how this can be done? How do you act out as policemen in cases of human trafficking? All right. So it is rather impossible without organized syndicates. Human trafficking requires a real chain of command and it's not localized. It is invariably on a national scale depending upon the requirement of manpower for that particular task, or it can be localized, like in Madhya Pradesh, where the targeted entity is only wanted for manual labor, not for anything that involves the mind. Is more for manual labor. So organized syndicates or cartels would definitely be a part of human trafficking. The first part, they are the ones who identify the targets. They are the ones who can know that if this person goes missing, the law is not going to come after us. You see, they are also interested to ensure that they can work without any issues. The second aspect is use of informants or agents. In every village, you would have people roaming around finding out who is in search of a job, who is about to migrate from Madhya Pradesh to Gujarat. What kind of job does he do? Is he doing manual labor? Now, these are the targeted areas. So they find out that, yes, this person can be used for bonded labor, so that you have informants informing these cartels that there are at least 10 or 15 people in this village and they're willing to migrate. This is what we need to tell them. This is the amount of money that we have to promise them, and they will walk with us to the other state. Then identifying the vulnerable. You see, the problem is that in India, I would not shy away from saying that castes have classes and classes have castes. You have, especially central India, this is most pronounced. Those from the lower or the suppressed classes are the ones who are also financially and economically the most impoverished. And they are also educationally impoverished. They're backward in almost every parameter that you can apply to them. They are backward. Why? For the simple reason that they really don't matter. It is only the person who can read and write who's going to ask the proper questions to the politician or the political class. And those who don't even know of their rights, they don't know what to ask. So they're rather silent and they're willing to work wherever they're sent. So the next is the involvement of hospitals. This is in child or infant trafficking. They are the ones who give the information. Not all hospitals, please note, I'm being very specific, not all hospitals here. But they are, but like they say that every carton of apples has its share of bad apples. So that the medical fraternity is no different. So you have organized informants within hospitals who give information relating to children born, and which is the male child, switching of children or babies. All this happens from the involvement of the hospitals. And then you have abduction and kidnapping. That is the most common thing. You pick up the person. You disappear with him, take him elsewhere. But abduction and kidnapping happens in singles. You know, it's very difficult to abduct, however well organized the cartel is, 25 or 30 people together. But when you're moving 25 or 30 people together for the purpose of human trafficking, that is by way of fraud. You're making promises to them which you don't intend to keep. You want to take them away from there and make them work as bonded laborers elsewhere. But as far as individuals are concerned, especially women who are taken away from marriage, who've been trafficked for the purpose of marriage, they are invariably taken by abduction and kidnapping, depending upon their age. Then the involvement of state institutions. Now we come here to police, Boston institutions, and the Nari Sadhans. Unfortunate, but the truth is that you have a lot, the police invariably knows. I'm sorry for saying this, I'm talking about my experience in central India, but that happens. The police has information. It's not necessary that they are directly involved, but they may have sufficient information as who are the persons who are involved in this act. And they may also know where the next incident is going to happen, and they may sit tight, not take any action. The others, Boston institutions, that is where children are kept, juvenile, youngsters in conflict with the law are kept, juveniles in conflict with the laws are kept. From there, you have instances, I don't know whether you've had it in Kerala, but in other states, especially again in central India and other states, eastern India also, we have heard cases where children are taken out of these homes and supplied for the purpose of all nefarious, sexual activities and brought back. These are people who have no voice. There's no one to listen to them. And the confidence with which it is done is because they know that the law can never catch up with them. That the law can never catch up with them is the confidence these people have to continue to perpetuate their nefarious activities. The next is the Nari Sadan. Nari Sadan, like Boston institution. The only thing is here there may be adults which are kept there, deserted by their parents or by their in-laws or whatever. You see, in Madhya Pradesh, I'll tell you another problem which I could share with you, an experience that I had as a judge, sitting judge there. In Gwalior, we have 3 benches in Madhya Pradesh. The principal seat is Jabalpur, one bench in Gwalior, one in Indore. When I was sitting in the Gwalior bench, there was a strike. There was an advocate strike on that day. So the advocates were abstaining from work. And the state council was present. So it was an empty court. All of a sudden, a lady in torn clothes, young, not very old, maybe anything between 28 to 32 years, walks in with 2 children into my court. And she says that she's talking about the judiciary, you have sent my husband to 10 years in prison. That, you see, that was perhaps the judge was kind enough, he didn't give the full 20 years imprisonment. You sent him, I was sitting in single judge, that was up to 10 years, it comes before the single judge. You have sent him to prison, my husband is in prison. She says that in 2012 or 13, we both eloped and went away to Gujarat. They were from the lowest sections of the society. Manual laborers. They went to Gujarat, worked as manual laborers, got married there, had 2 children. But the fact is, when she was taken, when she eloped with this boy, she was about 17 years and close to 18 years. So the FIR got registered at that time. Later on, the police, after almost 3 or 4 years, 5 years I think, go and pick them up from Gujarat, bring them here, and the man is thrown into prison. Now the dilemma that the girl is facing, she says, my parents are not supporting me. She's the lowest class, the Les Miserables, you can say. And she says, my in-laws are also not looking after me. The only option open to me is prostitution. She says that. And she says, if the court is not good, my husband was earning, but the law now says that he has to go in at least for 10 years. And he has just gone in now. So anyway, but because the state council was there, we heard the matter, and it was a case for acquittal, we acquitted the person. I couldn't even suspend the sentence because earlier another court, another judge had dismissed the application for suspension on merits. So that could not be reconsidered by me again. So the only option left for me was hear it finally and then acquit the person. But that's another problem that we face. The instances of, now this lady, had she gone into a Nari Sadan, her situation would have gone from bad to worse. What about the children? The children could have been with her. But then they become easy targets. And it's not that every Nari Sadan that this is happening, but there are a few of them which are unfortunately where those persons who are employed and kept by the state to ensure that the dignity of the women in these Nari Sadans are not, violated, are actually the ones which are helping the wrongdoers in violate her dignity. This is a classic case of the fence eating the crop. The institution which was meant to protect and itself turns against the victim, and instead of protecting becomes the oppressor. So facets of vulnerability, when you look at it, as poverty, non-availability of resources to survive, landlessness, feudal hierarchy. Now this, of course, that's why I said in the last, not relevant for Kerala, but there's a lot of India besides Kerala. You see, Kerala is a problem because we can't use it as a standard of measurement for other states. It has its own standards, so a lot of things, that's why I said rigidity in caste structure, feudal hierarchy, landlessness. Landlessness, I don't know, I have not seen here very much of landlessness. Neither do I see a feudal hierarchy or rigidity in the caste structure. That's why I've said not relevant to Kerala. But these are all, this is one set of facets which makes the person vulnerable to be a victim of human trafficking. Illiteracy, like I've already stated, state infrastructures are inadequate. I give you the example of this girl who studied up to the 8th standard. She's not in isolation. There's so many cases, 164 after 164 when we read, someone studied up to the 5th standard, some 7th standard, but none of them are able to cite this. And very few of them in between you would come across who have written their name in sketchy handwriting. You can make out by the manner in which they've written that that is not something that that person is used to doing on a daily basis. Because when you sign your name on a daily basis or write letters or whatever, your handwriting is more steady. So then the second this thing is the inadequacy of teachers. We have instances where a person becomes a teacher only because the minister or the MLA from that area happens to be his uncle or something like that, rather than educational qualifications being strictly looked into. Socioeconomic status preventing access to meaningful education, that happens. Like I just mentioned that you have classes have castes and castes have classes. Again, I've said that this is not relevant for Kerala. Then unemployability. The thing is, if you do not have proper literacy and good education, you are not employable. Let me give you a small example again with my state, Madhya Pradesh in question. Let us say Microsoft puts up an office in Bhopal. All right? The SOPs are given by the government. They set up their office there. But now the question, where does the IT engineer for this office come from? He's not going to come from Madhya Pradesh. He's going to come from Bangalore. He's going to come from Maharashtra, from Delhi, and maybe Telangana, but not from Madhya Pradesh. Why? Because that person, even though he's educated, is unemployable. We may have a lot of colleges there, which are private colleges, but those who are coming out from those colleges can only man call centers. They can't really go in for coding or quality coding they can't do. So what does that man from my state do? What is the kind of job that Microsoft gives him? It gives him the job of housekeeping. Clean the pathways, clean the toilets. This is what he ultimately gets, with very few of them. That may be changing now because we're getting better colleges now in Madhya Pradesh itself. So the lack of education skills and expertise, I've stated that this is also not relevant for Kerala. Now the last one I would say is high aspirations without supporting skills, like glamour industry and showbiz. Now this is universal. I've stated that even a girl or girls from Kerala can also fall victims to this. You see, the glamour industry is such that a young woman would want to be a part of it. Promises are made that you would get a good role in either a TV program, on a TV show or in a movie to start with, but then finally this person lands up in the red light area. And once you're there, it's like a closed hell. And then the Stockholm syndrome also takes over on these trafficked women. In the sense, the madam of the brothel house, after some time, the victim starts looking at her as a protector, not as an oppressor. There's a close bonding between the madam and the victim after some time when she resigns to her fate. That's also another problem. So let's look at the laws that we have as far as human trafficking are concerned. First of all is Article 23. Prohibits trafficking in human beings, forced labor, other forms of servitude. And the Damo incident I wanted to state here. You see, it's forced labor and other forms of servitude. I am now focusing on that in order to tell you about the Damo incident. Damo is a small district which is about 90 kilometers from the principal seat, Jabalpur. All right? Now, what happens there is the OBC community boy is taken into a temple and made to wash the feet of a Brahmin boy and drink that water. And drink that water. Now that, you see, the thing is, the High Court took suo motu cognizance and the FIR was already registered, but it gave directions to ensure that the NSA is also applied against them and they're taken into custody. So that kind, you can't even imagine. You can't. You see, daily incidents of an upper caste slapping a lower caste, that keeps happening there. And the police, yes, I must speak up in favor of the Madhya Pradesh police. They do register an FIR, unlike perhaps in other states, Bihar and all, where you see the person who's sitting on the post of the SHO, his caste matters. He is invariably reluctant to register an FIR against someone of his own caste. The caste schisms are very strong there. It's unimaginable. So here also forms of servitude, and while making him drink that water, I saw that video also. He is being, cordoned off by people of this community, the Brahmin community, and they make the man say that for the rest of his life, the only meaning to his life is in serving Brahmins. Now that is Madhya Pradesh in 2025. These incidents I have never seen in my childhood, even while living in Madhya Pradesh. At that time it was not common, but it's increasing now. These acts are increasing now. So other forms of servitude also means that you are going to dedicate your life only to the service of a particular category of persons. It may be caste or class, whatever. Then when we come on to the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, you have Section 5, which prohibits the procuring, inducing, or taking persons for the sake of prostitution. And the next is detaining a person in premises where prostitution is carried on. And 370 and 370A of IPC, you see unfortunately now we have the BNS and the BNSS. Are you aware of those laws, the youngsters there? Yeah, okay. You see, in Madhya Pradesh, we have a joke that's going on. I'll translate that into English. Two friends are having a conversation. This is on the BNS, the new laws that have come in. Two friends are having a conversation. One chap says, today my goat laid 3 eggs. So the other chap says, a goat doesn't lay eggs. A hen lays eggs. So the first friend says, yes, I know a hen lays eggs. I have given the name of goat to my hen. So the BNS, the new laws are something like that. You have the same laws that were there in the IPC. You change the name to BNS, BNSS. I don't even know what the new Evidence Act is called. And you've scrambled up all the sections which are earlier there, which we were conversant with. We had it on our fingertips. I don't know what the new laws are. Now I have to ask my researcher, tell me the equivalent. It is so that she gets it out and gives it to me. So 370 and 378 specifically provide punishment for human trafficking. And then the Bonded Labor System Abolition Act, the most pernicious, we have so many cases even today in central India as far as bonded labor, which goes undetected. And part of it is not undetected because it is undetectable, but it goes undetected because there is a cartel that operates in which even the institutions of the state are involved. Then continuing with that, we have the Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act of 2015. And Section 2, subsection 14, clause 9 provides for protection to anyone who's found vulnerable and likely to be inducted into drug abuse or trafficking. Here there's a peremptory role that is given, a peremptory power that is given to the enforcer. It did not happen. The trafficking need not happen. But there is an onus which is, enforced upon the person who's supposed to enforce the law, that you have to be vigilant enough where you feel that a person can be a victim of trafficking. You have to step in and take remedial measures before it even happens. 27 relates to the CWC, which is empowered to receive and care for children rescued from trafficking. And then 36 to 39 mandates that children rescued from trafficking must be provided with care, protection, and rehabilitation. Then 53, after that, specifies services such as shelter, education, skill development. That's important. You see, first of all, why these children get abducted is because they are easy targets. If you don't have a good education, or if you don't have a good skill reserve or a background, you can be a prospective victim of human trafficking. So skill development and mental health support for children in need of need, including trafficking survivors. So now we come to a hypothetical. All right, it's going to come out on the screen in a short while. First thing I would like to ask is the question to the policeman. Sir, now you are no longer policemen of Kerala Police. You are going to be members of the Chhattisgarh Police for the time being. All right, the hypothetical relates to, it's based upon a real life incident which happened recently in Chhattisgarh. But this is what the hypothetical is. Two nuns are arrested from Bilaspur railway station with 27 tribal men and women with them, and the charge is of illegal conversion coupled with human trafficking under false pretext of jobs in Mumbai. Now, what comes next is important for the questioning. I'm going to ask each group as to how each group would respond to this case. Now, here the purported victims state, that is those who were there with the two nuns on the railway platform. They are stating that they are adults converted to Christianity on their own free will and accord, and they deny human trafficking. Independent witnesses say that the nuns, that is, other than this group, there is a separate set of witnesses who are saying that the nuns tried to convert them by offering them jobs in Mumbai, but they did not convert or accept the offer. But then I'm putting in a caveat after that. Statement of independent witnesses are bald statement without any specific details of date, time, and place when the inducement was offered. Now, to my question to the police officers, let's start from you because you are going to do the investigation. How are you going to investigate? You've got two sets of witnesses. One is the victim himself or themselves who says that this is not trafficking. We trust the nuns and we have converted a long time ago into Christianity on our own free will. We are all adults. These are tribals. And then, but the other witnesses who were never a part of this, all of a sudden come and say, no, they were offering me so much money if I convert to Christianity. And they also said, we'll give you a good job. How will you investigate? You've got two sets of evidence. Are you going to file a charge sheet or are you going to file a final report? Final report as a closure report. Can I have answers of the police? Yes, please. Take the mic, sir.
Closure report.
Closure report?
Yes, sir.
Why? I'll tell you that.
That is because of the victim says that they gone with their own intent, their own consent.
But suppose your superior says that the other witnesses have said that they were offered money and that they did not take the money and they did not convert to Christianity, neither did they go to Bombay. What is your answer to that to your superior when that question is put to you?
No, sir, that because they are adults, they have their own decision, they taken their own decision and they gone with them with their own interests.
Excellent. That's one part. Anyone else amongst the police who can also give an answer? Closure report or charge sheet? I'm just seeing how the police would approach the case. So then I'm going to go to the lawyers. I'm going to go to the prosecutors. You are next. Anyone else within the police? To bring it to the prosecutors. Now, let us say, the investigation is complete. The IO has brought it to you, the case diary. He is asking you, what do we do? Do we file a final report or do we file a charge sheet? He's come for the opinion of the prosecutor. He's come to the prosecutor's office. How are you going to decide whether there should be a closure? How are you going to advise him? The prosecutors. The prosecutors are here. You're the prosecutors, right? Take a chance. Look, there's a closed room. It's not being recorded. It's not being recorded, isn't it? Now that it matters to me, it will matter to them. It's not recorded, or is it being recorded? Live streaming, okay. So that's even worse. So anyway, would you like to, anyone?
Most thing is, first and foremost thing is, one thing is sure that they reach a position where the victim will get subordinate to those they consider that they will protect them. That is why they are stating that they are not traffickers. They are protecting that. But when come to the case part, that is the prosecution part, there will be some evidence to show that they are being trafficked. Even the trafficker is not aware, or they are suppressing that they are being trafficked. That is a problem. The problem arises there will not be any witness, there will not be any evidence except the statements.
Two sets of statements.
Two
One, the
sets,
victims
yes.
are there. Would you at least advise them, okay, you've only got the 161 statement of the witnesses who are saying, of the victims
Yes.
who are saying that they are not victims. Should you get their statement, would you advise them to record it under 164 also?
They are voluntarily supporting the traffickers. That will be a problem to the prosecution.
No, but how do you now, the question is, how do you decide this is trafficking or whether it is a genuinely taking them? There is no other, the persons who are being taken themselves have told you that they are not being trafficked. That's a part of it. But then you have another set of independent witnesses who are saying that they have been also given similar inducement, but they have refused. They refused to convert and they have refused to go to.
Then investigation part should be much more elaborate.
Elaborate.
That is not convincing to the victim, but the general.
So,
their backgrounds.
what advice would you give to the IO? What more investigation should he do?
Further investigation should be.
Which direction? Because you can tell him that.
Based on the social background, why they came to the traffickers. That should be the connection evidence, link evidence should be brought.
there. Okay. Anyone else amongst the prosecution? Now the defense counsels. Do we have defense counsels here? No. Just give it to the young persons there, right at the back. What do you have to say? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So this is basically a very gray area because on one side you have persons who are allegedly subjected to be the victims of trafficking, but they are coming out and saying that no, they have not been trafficked. So there, even certain things have to be looked into as to whether they know that consciously were they being converted or not.
You are the defense counsel.
Yes.
You are
so-
appointed for the defense.
Okay.
How
so,
would you approach this?
So that
You are
means I'll
approaching it
be-
because the charge sheet has been filed.
Yes.
And now you are at the stage of arguments on charge. Let us say, what is the approach that you're going to take? What
yes,
is
so
the
that
other
is
side?
in support of the nuns.
Yes,
the
but
defense-
how are you going to do that? The facts are here.
Right, so that is what I had been saying, that even to establish that we had committed the offense of trafficking, it has to be looked into whether the victims, because they are voluntarily coming and saying that they have not been subjected to any conversion. So that is a material submission that they have made. And also, it needs to be corroborated as to whether there is any other material to show that there has been any consideration that we have offered. So that, and especially, and when it comes to the second statements, that they are independent victims who are nowhere in the picture, and they're just raising, again, the corroboration requires to be done, because they are also giving mere suggestion that there is such an instance that has been happening.
Let me make it a little easier for you.
Yes.
Your argument before the judge at the time of framing charges, that the victims themselves have stated that they were going voluntarily. Their 164 statements are also recorded. The judge turns around and puts a question to you, that there are 7 independent witnesses who say that they were also offered money by the same 2 nuns and also offered jobs to be given in Bombay, but they refused. So that's a question thrown to you by the court. So how do you deal with that now?
But there needs to be some material evidence to prove that
All right.
on
All
behalf
right.
of the
Yeah.
independent.
Now let's take the judges on call now. You are at the stage of framing charge. What do you think? Is it a case for framing charge or would you discharge? It's just on the frame of framing charge. We are not there on the trial. No intensive examination of the evidence, prima facie examination of the appreciation of the evidence. What would you do? Frame charge or discharge?
Why should I disbelieve the victim? There is no ground for disbelieving the victim, so can be discharged.
Okay, but suppose the last 3 lines, that the other witnesses, independent witnesses who have said that these people have earlier tried to, entrap us also into it. They've offered us money to convert to Christianity, and come with us, go with them to Bombay where they will give us work, but we refused. That statement, 161 statements are also there in the charge sheet.
But the charge is to be framed on the case of the victim. When the victim says that they were not forced or there was no, there is nothing to manipulate a case.
In that.
Then why should you frame a charge?
Frame a charge, all right. Anyone else who's got a contrary view?
We'll frame
Why?
We'll frame the charge because there is material in the charge sheet wherein the independent witnesses have given the statement that there has been an inducement. And so it's a matter to be decided after trial as to what exactly happened.
Okay. Now, interesting aspects. Now, let's take the first one. He's given an excellent answer. He's doing his job as a policeman. He's not satisfied that the evidence as far as human trafficking has crossed that line to put it in court. He says the victims have also stated before him and before the magistrate under 164 that they have not been trafficked and they were going on their own volition, and they've already converted to Christianity earlier, and they are all adults. And as far as the other witnesses are concerned, statement of independent witnesses are bald statement. The last 3 lines are deliberately put in. That is the area on which the police would say, when his superior asks him, but there are 3 witnesses, 7 witnesses or whatever, who have stated that they were also induced. The answer for that he can give is that they have not given any specifics. They have just said that these people had approached us. When? When did they approach you? Where did they approach you? How much money was offered? No specifics. So that would be his answer to his superior to justify why a final report and not a charge sheet should be filed in this case. Now, that's his. I'm talking, these are different perspectives. The prosecution said very correctly also that further investigate. They have not given specifics in this case. They only said that we were also tried to be influenced, but we were not influenced. So like Madam said, that further investigation under 156.3, I don't know what it is under BNSS now, would be the ideal course to find out what next to be done in order to take it, whether there is actually a case for a closure. The prosecutor is being cautious. It's abundant caution on the part of the prosecutor, so that to say that we have exercised all due diligence, and even after that, if the evidence is not forthcoming, I have also advised file a closure report. What the defense said was, the defense is in a sticky position because the question put by the judge is a very relevant question. There's certainly last 7 statements are coming under 161, where they say that there are other people who are also tried to be induced by these 2 nuns, but they didn't fall into the trap. Why should that not be this thing? There is where that the same argument, what was there with the police, would be available with the defense, that there are no specifics. But then, the last thing, the trickiest was for the part for the judges. What he said was also correct to an extent that the nuns themselves, the victims have stated, like he said, victims have stated very clearly that they are not the ones who are being induced and that they are going for the work because they trust them. And that they converted to Christianity a long time back, not something that has happened recently. But the question that you also raised is interesting. That's why I said the toughest question is for the judge. How does the judge work out? Because what he says is countered by 7 other witnesses. So should it go to trial? There is a slight doubt. There's a slight doubt whether those 7 witnesses are correct or the victims are correct. But now if you go back to Prafulla Kumar Samal's oldest judgment, as far as Justice Fazal Ali's judgment, the landmark one, where they say that merely a suspicion would not be sufficient to frame a charge. So I would personally, this is my personal opinion, I would tilt in his favor because it may raise a suspicion as far as the 7 witnesses are concerned. They have also stated. But the fact is they have not stated anything which is specific as to when, where, how, and who gave that inducement to them. So in the Prafulla Kumar Samal, it says that if there is a strong suspicion, then you can frame charge. How would that strong suspicion come? When madams advise for further investigation, the policeman does the investigation further, and they come out, no sir, this is the place, on such and such a date, this lady made me this offer, and along with me there was X person who was standing with me, he also heard what she said, and I refused. They were giving me inducement both to convert and to go to Bombay to work. Now, that would have done it. So, grave suspicion may have come if further investigation directed by the prosecution was carried out by the police. And then it was placed before you. And then the defense would have, as far as the stage of arguments and charges concerned, it would have been very short. They would not have had much of a case. After that, what you said would have been correct. Otherwise, it was not a case of grave suspicion, but mere suspicion. So we could take his view. And this is why I've given these gray areas deliberately, to see how our minds work when facts come up before us. So that's what this is. Thank you very much. I think that comes to the end of the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lordship, for the intellectually stimulating presentation. The floor is now open for the participants to ask questions to Honorable Mr. Justice Adul Sridharan. If any of the participants have question to be put to Honorable Mr. Justice Adul Sridharan, they may raise their hands. Please wait until the microphone reaches you.
I hope there are questions, at least that would justify the wonderful dinner I had yesterday. Yes, someone with. Anyone?
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
I'm Advocate Farah. It's not a question, I just want to share one of my experience. Currently, what exactly the Kerala is facing. So recently, there is a case pending before the High Court of Kerala. So it's something called Trafficking for the Surrogacy and ART Act. So victims from West Bengal and Tamil Nadu is trafficked from their natives to Kerala for...
See, if it's a pending case before the High Court, let's just deal with the facts without...
Yes, of course.
Hypothetical.
Yes.
Make it hypothetical. Don't go into the specifics of that case.
Of course, sir. So there also we are suspecting the exploitation. So...
exploitation by?
By the ART clinics. So surrogacy and
ART. Right. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's Kerala, right. That's kind of... that's human exploitation, but would it come under, I never gave it a thought whether it would come under trafficking. Whether it would come under trafficking. You see, wherever there is the exercise of free will is available, I would be a little hesitant to call it as trafficking. Trafficking means that there is an impediment from exercising your free will. If I feel that I'm trapped, if I'm imprisoned, and that I can't really have access to judicial assistance, then I would think that that's trafficking. Most of these cases, like I said about women being taken to brothels or people captured in bonded labor, this is done in a shroud of secrecy, bonded labor. Nobody comes to know about it until it is discovered, either accidentally or by intent of a police person who is actually intended in uncovering a crime. But where the question of surrogacy, would there be a difference between, it's an interesting question, whether it's a question of exploitation or whether that would be a case of trafficking. Where you have this. In Gujarat, there were instances there, if I'm not mistaken, of surrogacy that was very popular there. You had a lot of foreigners coming for surrogacy, and till things went wrong with a Japanese couple. They went in for surrogacy, and after that, I think they divorced. So that created a problem. But what is your opinion? Let's hear your opinion on that, whether it would be trafficking and how would that be trafficking?
I think it is trafficking because there is a suspicion of exploitation and they are trafficked from other state towards Kerala and they're kept in a shelter, they're kept in hostels. So from there, the health department have arrested and not arrested, actually, they were sent to the shelter homes.
Maybe in this particular case, the facts of the case may show that though they were not imprisoned, the exercise of free will may have been under a cloud on account of poverty, or maybe because of familial pressures.
Yes.
See, poverty is the biggest reason in any country where people become victims of human trafficking. The main thing is that. So maybe we'll wait for the judgment of the Kerala High Court. Should be interesting to read that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Sri Sujit Kain, Director of the Kerala Judicial Academy, to hand over a souvenir as a token of our profound gratitude to Honorable Mr. Justice Atul Sridharan.
Thank you, sir. We are now taking a short break. All participants are requested to be back in the hall within 5 minutes so that we can commence the next technical session. Thank you. Welcome back. The next session is on combating human trafficking, law enforcement role in detection, intervention, and innovation. We invite Dr. Sadish Bino, Deputy Inspector General of Police, Ernakulam Range, to share his insights on this crucial topic. Sri Bino is an esteemed 2008 batch Indian IPS officer with approximately 15 years of experience, including serving as district police chief in 5 districts in Kerala. He has supervised sensitive investigations and had initiated several well-appreciated community policing initiatives, specifically focusing on the prevention of drug abusing and trafficking. A former Humphrey Fellow, he focused on law and human rights and holds a master's degree in public policy and a doctorate in managerial economics. His expertise will offer invaluable perspectives on the practical aspects of combating human trafficking. Sir, we invite you to take over the session.
I hope I am audible. Okay, yeah. A very warm good morning to one and all. It's a great pleasure for me to, in fact, be given this opportunity to interact with you all. And in the next 1 hour to 1 hour, 15 minutes, I'll try to kind of give a brief insight into the various problems we as law enforcement are facing. We as law enforcement, in fact, are getting exposed to different kinds and different adaptations of this huge problem known as human trafficking. So I hope to kind of touch upon the various aspects, and hopefully we'll have a very productive and interesting session. I'll just start with the basic things, the law, the act, the means, everything. Now, the esteemed judge here, in fact, towards the end of the class, was putting a scenario across, right? So I thought it would be nice, in fact, if I also put a scenario across and try to kind of get views from across the board about these different kind of situations here. Now, you might have all heard about Operation Sai Hunt that was happening in the last few days. Around 400 people have been picked up from different parts of the state. The main issue is that we have a victim who is conned by different means, and his money is transferred to another person, which is transferred to another person, which is finally transferred through various means to a final who is the original perpetrator. We don't know who in this line is the original perpetrator. He might be the 10th person, the 10th layer, the first layer, the second layer, so many. So as you all know, this problem was growing by leaps and bounds. There were estimates that around 300 plus crore rupees have been lost the last few months alone. You might have come across, because we are all working in similar fields, you might have also come across these kind of situations, right? So we did an operation. We had some details. I'm not going into the basic details of it. So we picked up people who were operating these accounts. Incidentally, these accounts were known as mule accounts. And to our surprise, we found that many of them were college students. Many of them were, simple, innocent people who are going about their day-to-day lives and everything. Now the question is simple. Here, the purpose is sexual exploitation, forced labor, servitude, begging, organ removal. We found out quite interestingly that a lot of people, a lot of students, they have given their accounts for use by these perpetrators. And of these accounts, after a point of time, they have no control. Initially, they have given some money. Then later, some blackmail. At the end of the day, we found out that many of them end up working in near servitude-like conditions for these perpetrators. There's an element of coercion. There is an element of self-interest. There is an element of earning money and everything in this. So the debate we now are having is, can we use this, section of trafficking here also? So as policemen, we are quite in a very different field. We need not think that much, I guess, because there was some thought. We did have some coercion, some threat, some fraud, some deception here. We also feel that this purpose is also kind of being served. I don't know, I'd like to take the opinion of the esteemed guests here. Can we or can we not? The important question is the evolving nature, the completely morphing nature, the adapting nature of trafficking. So, can I have a show of hands? Should we take trafficking in this kind of cases? I think from the policeman here. This doubts is happening with us. I don't know. So most probably we'll take, and hopefully we'll have some judgments to support us in the end. Because this doesn't involve a person being moved from a place. This doesn't involve a person, you could say in some ways that this is kind of a blackmailing or things like that. But he is still in the confines of his home. So these kind of so many things are happening. So maybe down the line I'll have some views from you all about this topic. Now, coming to a brief introduction about the scale of the problem that we are facing here as policemen. This is data given by an NGO, Exodus Road. It's a US-based NGO. They had come up with the data in 2022, which says that around 8 million people are trapped in different forms of trafficking in India. Different forms. The traditional and the evolving and changing. Now, Kerala context, the numbers may in some ways not indicate the exact problem that we are facing. But anyway, the data I got is this: 519 victims in the last 2 years, 236 children among the victims. Kerala is a destination, Kerala is a source, and Kerala is also a transit state for trafficking. So let me try to kind of give inputs about how Kerala is a destination, how Kerala is a source, and how Kerala is a transit. So from the data I collected, the first one, Kerala as a destination, is very interesting. We all know that there are so many migrant laborers here. So many. We recently had an operation in Perumbavoor, very near here. Around 2 million migrant laborers are supposed to be living in very difficult conditions there. So, a percentage of which is incidentally from Bangladesh also. So our idea was, I'll later come to the concept of this basket of crime. Our idea was, in fact, just to kind of look at who all foreigners are here. That was our target. Maybe Rohingyas, maybe different kind of people. So we started with this simple objective, number one, that is to identify illegal immigrants or foreigners in this huge mix of population in Perumbavoor. Slowly, we realized that this is not just the story. We found out that there's a huge transit for drugs. Okay, let's get into drug trafficking. Then we saw that drug traffickers often are using kids, families as peddlers. They are trafficked. Finally, what was interesting was very nice. Then we decided that let's go into the details of it. Let's go into the details. So what we did was simple. We've approached all the service providers, all the different service providers. And we took a list of phone numbers who are calling regularly to Bangladesh. 88. So we took those lists. We started analyzing that call list. Then we also took details of bank accounts. That was also again interesting. We found that some accounts were aggregating small amounts and transferring it to places somewhere around Bengal-Bangladesh border. Still, we have not reached trafficking. Then, incidentally, we picked up few people. We took their mobile phones, and there were WhatsApp groups in the mobile phones specifically dealing with prostitution. So we came to know that there are groups in Perumbavoor, Cochin city, these kind of areas where migrant laborers have WhatsApp groups in which details of prostitution, details of trafficking of this kind of victims, only this kind of information is happening. So this is what we could find out. We were able to trace few victims also who say that, we were brought here. We kind of knew that this is the thing. It's not that it was completely without knowledge that we came here. We were not that innocent. This again is a problem which we are facing. What is happening is many a times the victims kind of consent or kind of turn hostile. There are a lot of problems, issues that they have. So we found that this is a huge operation going on. Bangladeshis, Bengalis, they come here, they cater to only the needs of specific groups of people, and there is a huge network. And this network peddles not just drugs, not just women, but all sort of things. So this is kind of Kerala as a destination for trafficking. We have taken few cases, soon it will be coming before the honorable courts. Kerala as a source. Again, interesting. We have lots of cases, but I thought I will just try to put across few cases, which is kind of interesting. So this is a case, we all have this LOC forms, right? So there were a few LOC forms that were issued against suspect nationals. So one fine day in Nedambasheri, this person lands up in the airport and is picked up. So it seems from the data that this person, through various means, is going regularly to Iran. Okay, let him go. But then, because he was in the suspect list, the investigating officer there and the immigration officials there questioned him a bit more. And what we found out was very interesting. In Iran, the laws for giving organ donations is very simple. Much less cumbersome than what it is here in Kerala. So something interesting was happening. It seems it's all in the final stages, so I'm not going into specific details. So in this case, it was very interesting because the modus was simple. You have an agent, you have a person who is in need of an organ, and you also have a donor. They travel via different routes and end up in Iran, and the organ donation happens. The agent maybe gets 50 lakhs to 60 lakhs per case. The donor gets maybe 5 to 10 lakhs. Again, the donor is willing. Again, a lot of acceptance is there among the parties, but this kind of action is also happening. So this case, which was registered in Nedambasheri, was later transferred to the NIA. So just to get the latest details of it, I just kind of contacted the NIA officer who is in charge, and he's saying the main perpetrator, the main trafficker, the section has been invoked, he's a Malayali, and they have identified around 300 cases in South India. 300 cases. So this is the huge extent which we can say transiting and this kind of trafficking is happening. So Kerala is also a source, something which is getting revealed every day. Earlier also I told about the Saihand operation also. Kerala is also a transit. The famous case being the transiting of Sri Lankan nationals via our border. Again, is it smuggling? Is it trafficking? That is something of a gray area. But again, the modus is simple. Sri Lankans come via proper channel to India. From here, the documents and everything are taken off. And then they, via different means, go to Australia, Canada, and all those places. So, from the police point of view, we initially itself usually take trafficking. And this is the different ways in which trafficking cases are getting morphed in India. Now, let's see how much it stands the scrutiny of law in the final order of things. So, Kerala is everywhere. So, these are some of the cases which I feel which will give us an indication about the different way in which the problem is manifesting. This is the list of cases. This is the list of cases which we have taken since 2024 to 7th month of 2025. So you will have a mix of cases in everything. Some cases are like POXO plus trafficking kind of cases. Interesting is we have lots of cases in which people have been taken to Cambodia. As I see from the schedule here, the next session deals in detail about cyber slavery and transiting to places like Cambodia. So I'm not going into much of the details of it, but Alapura 10 cases, all the 10 cases are instances in which people were trafficked to Cambodia. I in fact spoke to one of the victims. They were offered good jobs, 2 to 2.5 lakhs. The moment they land in Thailand or somewhere, immediately everything is confiscated from them. Then they are transmitted across the border to Cambodia, and it's kind of full servitude kind of conditions. It's very difficult for them to escape. It's very difficult for them to contact people, but somehow they were able to make it out. But they do inform that there are many other people who are living there in these kind of conditions. Again, the problem for us investigating agencies is to reach the final perpetrator who might be somewhere there. We do lay hands on some of the agents. We do lay hands on some of the victims. Again, the victims many a times in the end turn hostile. But still, these are the huge amount of interstate ramifications, international ramifications that we are having. So this is the list of cases. Now, what has happened is, since the last 15, 20 years, police is undergoing a transformation. I kind of try to say this to all my friends and they kind of laugh. They say, what transformation? But still, the fact remains that police is transforming. We are no more the barrier police which we were. We are now the guardian police. Every system in police, every law, every SOP in police is now transforming from a reactive model to a proactive model. The same thing is the case with enforcing law and trying to solve this problem of trafficking. As I told, this is not looking into the great amount of traditional amounts of trafficking. I was talking to one of my friends in Gujarat, and he was telling that even now you have small kids who are used in diamond cutting, even now. Incidentally, I was in the Humphrey Fulbright Fellowship in US the last 2 years, and I had a police officer who was a colleague who was from Pakistan. So he also is talking about the huge problems he was having. The topic he had for his dissertation was climate change and human trafficking. So I was shocked. Does climate change have any impact in Pakistan? He's saying the impacts are huge. In fact, UNODC has a big office there in Pakistan, and the problems that they are facing, the way he narrated them, it really opened my eyes. He was talking about how people in places which are getting arid, how people are being forced to migrate. How people are being forced to migrate, and in that migration, how agents are exploiting them. So the problem is huge, but everywhere what I could see is that police is changing from a reactive model to a proactive model. So we do have SOPs, we do have standard operating procedures. The implementation now is in different stages, but these are the different things we are having. These are the 3 important stages that we are having. I'll kind of try to run through the various activities that we are doing as part of detection, as part of intervention, and as part of innovation. So detection, trafficking thrives in shadows. Victims are often silenced by fear, trauma, and control. Detection requires moving beyond waiting for complaints to an intelligence-led and proactive approach. So this is an AMP model which was developed by McCain Institute. It's a think tank. And it says that what we should look for in trafficking, what police is looking for in trafficking is A, M, and P. So what is the action that is happening? What is the means employed? And what is the purpose? So action, they say, is recruiting, transporting. It's kind of juxtaposing of the various law. But if you're seeing at the first point, recruiting. So that means that police has to proactively look at the functioning of the various recruiting agencies that has mushroomed all over the place. Proactively. So police, we did a study a few months back. So on an average, a policeman, is supposed to work, is being made to work around 8 to 12 hours. So in that 8 to 12 hours, can police act proactively? That is another question that we are facing. But trafficking, the problem that we are facing demands that we act proactively. We check all the recruiting agencies, the transporting agencies, and all those things. So the AMP model is what we are trying to follow. Second, as we said, the detection strategies. Nobody is going to come and give you a complaint. The initial case which I said, we were able to track the WhatsApp group, reach the WhatsApp group, then reach the victim. The victim was very reluctant to cooperate, very, very reluctant to cooperate. We were able to get some NGOs help her. We also told her that you would be deported. And that was a big problem. The moment we say that you will be deported, it's like a punishment for the victim. Anyway, so first thing that we are trying to do is building trust. So Kerala is famous for Janamaitri and student police cadet and everything. So one of the important thing that we are trying to do is ensure trust through this model. This is a case, a migrant laborer case, which came to me. This is a case which I am directly dealing with. This happened just last week. So there was this couple from Bengal who had come here, and they had a newborn baby, hardly 4 months. There was another couple who were very close to them, and this father is a drunkard. He's fully into drinking and all those kind of things. Now, there was another family who was back in Bengal, who were the relatives of the second family, the friend. And they did not have a boy child. They had 3 girl child. So they wanted a boy child. So this guy was continuously feeding him liquor, and over liquor, slowly telling him each and every day that we would need a child, I'll give you good money. This kind of dialogue. And one fine day, he sold this kid for 1,000 rupees, and the kid was supposed to be taken on train back to Bengal, to be brought up as the child of somebody else, kind of sold. Again, it's somewhere along the borderline. But the mother was able to contact us because we had some Janamaitri activity happening. The mother contacted us, and through the mother, we were able to stop this from happening. Now the mother and the child is in a child home. So this building trust, which is the greatest requirement to be a police officer, is happening. Unfortunately, the trust of Indian police hovers around 30 to 40 to 50%. During COVID time, the trust in Indian police was high, 74%. But this is something which we are working on. So community trust is something which we are happening and trying to do. Anti-human trafficking clubs is a force multipliers. I think I need not explain much about what a anti-human trafficking club is, because it's what the name signifies. We, through student police cadets, through student protection groups, through various campaigns, we are giving motivation to different students and colleges so that they are aware of the problems. Communities are eyes and ears in detecting trafficking. Again, a case which happened last week. This is again interesting. This doesn't have much interstate ramifications and all those things, but still, an interesting case which we are thinking of. We have taken trafficking in that. The 10th standard student in a school, she falls in love with a boy. He's around 20 years of age. It so happens that this happened in Cochin. Yeah. It so happens that this boy is a drug addict and he is also a peddler. And few days back, excise department catches them, and this girl is also made an accused because she was peddling drugs under his influence, under his coercion in the school. So this is happening in Kerala. This is happening just last week in Kerala. She comes out after she was in the child home. Then we took a detailed statement. We also found out that this guy they were in an affair. So a POXO case has also come up. So this kind of problems are happening. Now what we understood again is how can we proactively interfere? Now once we find out that such a thing has happened, once we find out that this girl is into these things, it is too late in some sense. Then we realized that most of the times these kind of kids are coming from broken families. Most of the times these kind of kids are having issues, different issues, psychological issues, different kind of issues. So it is in this way that Kerala police is again proactively interfering by even joining hands with schools and colleges. In this context, I would like to kind of briefly touch upon projects like Udayam, which is started in Cochin city. This has now been expanded in different parts of Ernakulam range. Simple project in which we collaborate with educators, we collaborate with schools and colleges, in which a curriculum is designed to impart knowledge, in which we identify people, identify kids and give them special counseling and coaching and different kind of things. Connect them to the child welfare committees and different kind of institutional systems that is in place for us. So this kind of proactive thing is also happening. Now, the important problem which we are having again is, although ideologically, although we say in principle, police has changed, have we changed in the last mile? Is each and every police officer who is there in the field, who is doing his daily duty, still keeping his eyes open to check for different signs of trafficking? So this is again, which is something which we have done. So different organizations have come up with a checklist. Different organizations have come up with victim screening protocols. This kind of training is being regularly imparted through our organizations. In Kerala, it might be the Kerala Police Academy and the Police Training College. At the national level, we have the National Police Academy. So incidentally, I was a trainer there in the National Police Academy for 4 years. So the training there has completely been reoriented. We earlier had topics like ethics and human rights. Now it has changed into ethics, attitudes, and human rights. So the attitude of a policeman earlier was only to orient his thinking towards finding a criminal. Now the attitude is, we have enforcers trying to enforce this, orienting him towards finding a victim. So this is a huge change that's happening. In training, we now take the police recruits to different organizations, child age homes, old age homes, victims of trafficking come and interact with them. The National Police Academy, we regularly had all second Saturdays taken off for these kind of activities, so that the police officers are sensitized to look at things from the victim point of view also, to identify victims. The RPF checklist and the victim screening protocol checklist tells about a lot of things. It says that seeing a victim itself, what are the different signs that you can see, by virtue of which you can say that this person is a victim of trafficking. I'm not going into the details of the list. I can share it if needed. Questions are simple, like the child may be having some health issues, may have some disconnect with the people around, may have, if you ask some questions, will be afraid. If you ask, where are you going, won't know where to go. If you ask them how long you're going there, they won't know. If you simply ask them, do you have the tickets to go? They won't know. So basic, where are you going itself, they won't know. So they have got a basic checklist which we are now following. We also have a checklist for indicating the traffickers who is accompanying these people. So these kind of activities are happening, but I do have to confess that these kind of proactive actions, because of various constraints, are not to the level we would have desired, but we are going in that direction. So again, the various control factors which we are looking, the instance of trafficking, lack of personal document, money, someone else is controlling movement and communication, living conditions. Living conditions has a lot of protocols, especially in the Perumbaur area. If you find time, if you go to a place where laborers are living, as I said earlier, at the initial site itself, we won't know whether it is a example of trafficking or whether it is something which exudes trafficking. But once you scratch the surface, certainly trafficking will be revealed. So these are kind of the things. Cambodia, as I already said, I'm not going to the details of it. The victims were living in very makeshift, very difficult environment there. Now, second one is intelligence gathering and coordination. This is also what we are doing. We are associating with various NGOs, suspect interrogations, financial intelligence, as we already said. We are tracking the intelligence movement and everything. Regular coordination meetings are happening. We have different units. Every month, Women and Child Department, Labor Department, different NGOs. We do have coordination meetings by virtue of which different problems are arised. And whenever help is sought from us, whenever cooperation is sought from us, we provide it at the earliest. Multi-agency cooperations, collaborations, all this is happening. Now, I'll just dwell a bit more into the extra things which we are doing, which maybe some of the states are not doing, which essentially is involving the leveraging of technology. Initially, in the beginning itself, I said that we launched an operation Sai Hunt. We don't have complainants in that. We don't have, we have some victims, but many are not complainants. We were able to trace the accounts and we reached the perpetrators. We reached the victim and requested him for complaint. So in the same aspect, looking into the pattern of trafficking that's happening, looking into the pattern that the genus of trafficking is changing, we have started leveraging technology. So a few examples. We have cyber patrols, which is monitoring social media, dating sites, online job patrols, etc. We are having AI systems that is in the process of induction into Kerala Police. As of now, in the process, soon we'll have. We're also having a cyber dome. So I'll just take an example of how we are doing it and how international cooperation, how this kind of coordination among different agencies is leading to a lot of results. Let me take the example of Operation P Hunt. P Hunt, basically, we all know that there are huge social media companies, Meta, Instagram, all these social media sites and companies. And their headquarters is in US. In US, there's an NGO, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And what do? They were able to use their clout, they were able to use lobbying, in US lobbying is legal, to ensure that all this social media companies share details of online acts of sharing of sexual content, which could be online cyber slavery, which could be, in this specific instant, online cyber sexual slavery, in this particular instant. So they have an algorithm. So if one IP address is sharing a sexually explicit child porn content to another IP address through this media, automatically it gets flagged. Automatically it gets checked by an artificial intelligence system, which is presented as a data to ICMEC, the International Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which through the Interpol and I4C, which is our agency, reaches all state police. Once we get this data, we have the phone numbers, we have the IP addresses, we regularly undertake operations against these kind of perpetrators. So in these operations also we find what is happening. What is happening now is simple. 14 to 15 years of age, kids are fighting for mobile phones. Kids are fighting for different kind of things. Like I have a son who is in the 8th standard and I have a daughter who is in the 4th standard. My son is asking for his last 3-4 birthdays, Dad, give me your old mobile phone, give me your old iPad. Simple. We say, no, I can't give you. He says, Dad, I am excluded from my group because I don't have a mobile phone. I cannot, in fact, now share my notes. I cannot do my combined study, all because you are not giving me mobile phone. Then we said, use our laptop, desktop. Still he has hundreds of problems. I cannot move. I have to sit here. I have to study late at night. The laptop is in the hall. These kind of issues. Anyway, we finally had to give him a mobile phone. And once that comes, as somebody has said, if a gun enters a story, it has to be fired. So if a mobile enters a story, we have to be in charge. We have to check. Anyway, my son, still power. My daughter is in 4th standard. She is very clearly asking, Dad, I need an iPad. So 4 years, this is the difference that's making. Anyway, the point to be made is simple. Once a mobile is there, they immediately access social media sites. Immediately, you have lots of predators lurking around, and immediately, maybe over a period of time, a photo is shared. Photo is shared, which might look very innocent. And then, the nature of the transaction completely changes. We are having so many cases when this is happening. So many cases. എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് പോയത്? അല്ല അത് ഫോട്ടോ കാണിച്ച് പേടിപ്പിക്കും. We do take IT Act and all those things. But after a point of time, they are taken from there. They're taken to different places. These kind of extreme situations are also happening. So to track all these kind of things, we are having the P-Hunt. So this is something which we are doing to kind of have a check on online cyber and sex slavery kind of things. We also have a cyber headquarters. This is again interesting. This is the case in Cambodia. So I'm not going much into it. But how we reached this case, once the examples came, how we reached this case is also quite interesting. So we got data of around 2,500 entries, which is like 2,500 cases in which people have gone to different means to Thailand, these kind of different kind of places. From those data, we analyzed the phone numbers. We found out that there are few agents who are common. Around 54 agents were identified. So we were able to reach in some way victims, people who are going there through common agent, people who are not much in touch with their family. So we were able to reduce from a big subset to a smaller subset, identify a few agents, and then zeroed in on the families, discussed with the families, then we found out. So that was again a proactive way you could say. We had few cases which came up by the complaints raised by the victims, but there are also a lot of cases in which we are able to proactively reach out. So around 23 FIRs were registered, 15 accused were arrested, and all those things is happening. So this is what our Cyberdome division, these are things which is happening, and we are bringing out detailed reports and kind of things. What we found is this kind of trafficking is not something which is happening, somewhere outside here and all. Kerala police can, given the time and resources, proactively interfere. An interesting thing which we found is people who are addicted to games, online games, they want to buy, or online gambling. What happens? Many a times, few cases has come up thus, these people, they run into huge debts. Parents don't know about it, or they don't have the means to go about it. These kind of people, if we are watching, we will know that these kind of people are good suspects to be taken to Iran or taken to Yemen, which is coming up, or to different places for different kind of exploitation through the trafficking. This is again coming up. So this is what we are doing. Now, this is the first pillar. Second pillar is intervention. So I kind of mixed and matched both. Detection process itself, a lot of intervention measures have been told. But it is because most of them are kind of mixing and matching in different ways. Now, in intervention, the common protocol which has been told to us is two important things in intervention. Number one is victim safety and well-being. Number two is robust case for prosecution. Now, victim safety is a big problem that we are having. So I was discussing with one of my batchmates in NIA. So he was saying in Bangalore, a lot of people from Bengal and Bangladesh or whatever has come. This case is now being investigated by NIA. So what happens is they come here, slowly they start getting the documents, then they start making an organization, they have a GST number and everything, and they start bringing in people from across the border. They are involved in scavenging, prostitution, all this kind of low paid works, and so much exploitation and trafficking is happening. Bit of concern, bit of non-concern, whatever. Now the problem that they are facing is when they busted this gang, what should we do with the victim? The victim has to be deported. Even if we help them with NGOs, even if we help them with some sort of compensation, still the victim, it's very difficult for the victim to cooperate. Even though everything happens, even though the victim is cooperating, what happens? The victim has to be deported back to Bangladesh, back to the old environment in which he or she has escaped from. Same old environment. Same old environment means you still have the same old perpetrators there. And who has more control there? Not Indian police, but the mafia which has brought them in the first place. So again, it's a cyclic process. It's a vicious circle in which it's very difficult to escape from it. So this is the issue which we are having. But anyway, so many means have now come up. We are associating with NGOs. We are associating with different child homes. We are trying to give them compensation. We are trying to connect them with various organizations so that they get education, some support, means of livelihood, these kind of activities. So, but these are the issues in intervention. So, legal aid we are providing, understand the victim's perspective. Another huge problem, sensitive interviews, medical examination, counseling. Another huge problem which we did a workshop in the National Police Academy was this, understanding the victim's perspective. So, police has this huge issue, right? If somebody comes and says to us, "Ende mole കാണുന്നില്ല," next question police will ask us, "ആരോടെ പോയി?" So, രണ്ട് വണ്ടി accident ആയി, 2 vehicles hit, the natural perception is we believe that it's known as the big vehicle syndrome. We say that it's a big vehicle which has done the mistake. When I was in training, my trainer took me on a patrolling. അദ്ദേഹം പെട്രോളിംഗ് കൊണ്ടുപോയപ്പോൾ സെക്കൻഡ് ഷോ കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഇത് മധ്യപ്രദേശ്, ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് ഇൻ ഭോപ്പാൽ ഏരിയ വേർ ഐ വാസ് ട്രെയിൻഡ്. ഇത് കാണുന്നു. പുള്ളി പറഞ്ഞു, ഇപ്പോൾ സെക്കൻഡ് ഷോ കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഒരു മണിക്കൂർ കഴിഞ്ഞു, ഇന്ന ഏരിയയിൽ നമ്മൾ പോവും, ഒന്നും നോക്കണ്ട, വണ്ടി നിർത്തും, കാണുന്നവനൊക്കെ ഇടിച്ചു വന്നു. The assumption is simple, that this person, if he is found in that place, in that point of time, he is a wrong person, the guilty place syndrome. We also, in fact, it was my wife who had this incident. There was a call in the wireless, chain snatching in the area, പിടിക്കൂ. റെഡ് ബൈക്കിലൊരുത്തൻ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്, ചെയിൻ സ്നാച്ചിങ്, പിടിക്കൂ. അപ്പോൾ everybody is around. My wife was DCP then, so she recollects with lot of fun, I could say now. So she was on patrolling. She sees a red bike. Red bikeൽ വണ്ടി ഓടിക്കുന്ന ആള് has long hair, torn jeans. അപ്പോൾ ഇവൻ തന്നെ അവനെ ഓടിച്ചിട്ട് പിടിച്ചു. ഇതൊരു 10-12 വർഷം മുമ്പാണ്. ഐ തിങ്ക് ഓൾ മൈ ഓഫീസേഴ്സ് വിൽ ഓൾസോ സബ്സ്ക്രൈബ് ടു വാട്ട് ഐ ഹവ് സെയിങ്. പിടിച്ചു. അവൻ ഇറങ്ങണ മുമ്പ് തന്നെ രണ്ടെണ്ണം പറഞ്ഞാൽ ചായ അല്ല, രണ്ടെണ്ണം. സോ ദറ്റ് ഈസ് എ കൈൻഡ് ഓഫ് ബയസ് police has developed over the ages. You can't say it a bias. It is an adaptation to our work culture. We are designed to maybe designed, and our experience tells us to identify maybe a criminal in a group of 100. And that identification process, which is hard set in our mind, is used to judge everyone. And that can be so wrong. So we are now trying to change this process. We are trying to change this, this entire mode of interaction. So this is what is happening through this sensitive interview process. Internationally, police has developed different models like peace model, in which sensitive intervening is being sought. So I was trying to tell some of my colleagues that ഇങ്ങനൊന്നും ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യരുത്, നമുക്കിങ്ങനെ ഒരു പീസ് മോഡൽ ഉണ്ട്. പീസ് മോഡൽ അനുസരിച്ച് പീസ് ഫോർ ദിസ്, പീസ് ഫോർ ദാറ്റ്, ദാറ്റ്സ് ദ തിങ്. ആദ്യമായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ കളക്ട് ചെയ്യണം. എവിഡൻസ് ഇസ് മോർ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ് ദാൻ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. കുറേ ക്ലാസ്സൊക്കെ എടുത്തു. അപ്പോൾ my colleague very nicely asked me, sir, ഈ പീസ് മോഡൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു ദിവസം എത്ര ഇൻട്രോഗേഷൻ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും? അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, പീസ് മോഡൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് നമ്മൾ കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് കുറേ വർക്കൊക്കെ ചെയ്താൽ, ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ട് ഒരു 10 മണിക്കൂർ വർക്കൊക്കെ ചെയ്താൽ ഒരു 5-6 വേണമെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് 5-6. പിന്നെ ഞാൻ ആലോചിച്ചു, എൻ്റെ ട്രെയിനർ അവിടെ പറഞ്ഞേക്കുന്നത് 5-6 അല്ലല്ലോ, ഒരു ദിവസം വേണമെങ്കിൽ 2 പീസ് മോഡൽ ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും. പുള്ളി ഉത്തരം പോലും പറഞ്ഞില്ല. ബട്ട് ദ ലുക്ക് ദാറ്റ് ഹി ഹാഡ് ഇൻ ഹിസ് ഫേസ് സെഡ് ഇറ്റ് ഓൾ. ചെറിയ പുച്ഛവും, നമ്മളിവിടെ ഡെയിലി ഒരു 25 പേരെങ്കിലും ചോദ്യം ചെയ്യണം, അപ്പോഴാണ് നിങ്ങൾ പീസ് മോഡൽ. So these are the problems that we are having in sensitive interviewing. But arising above that, in case of victims, we are now using this model. We have certain protocols, a lot of organizations are helping us, a lot of systems are helping us. Uniform idam padilla, woman aayirikkanam, ingane kore, as you all know. But that transition is what which is finding difficult for. Again, നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ ബാസ്ക്കറ്റ് ഓഫ് ക്രൈംസ് ആണ് the intervention strategies. ഒരിക്കലും ഇത് ഒറ്റ ക്രൈമായിട്ട് വരുന്നില്ല. We are having maybe prostitution, we are having POCSO cases, we are having bonded labor. So I'm not going to the detail of it. And the important thing which we are having is, again, going into the crux. All the cases, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ ഓർഗൺ കേസാണെങ്കിലും ഈ കംബോഡിയ കേസാണെങ്കിലും ഈ പറഞ്ഞ ഓൺലൈൻ സൈ ഹണ്ടിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നമ്മളിവിടെ കുറച്ചുപേരെ പിടിച്ച കേസാണെങ്കിലും എല്ലാത്തിലും ടു കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ദ ചെയിൻ ഇൻ ഹ്യൂമൻ ട്രാഫിക്കിംഗ് ഇസ് ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ട്. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് if it is like having interstate ramifications, international ramifications, we give it to agencies like NIA and all those things. But to complete the chain, it is proving difficult. And once the chain is not completed, it is very difficult to, establish the entire chain of events in a court of law. ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റിംഗ് കേസ് വന്നത് ഒരു 2 തൈവാൻകാരെ ഞങ്ങൾ പിടിച്ചായിരുന്നു in ആലപ്പുഴ few days back. That too, it's a kind of a cyber online cheating come slavery kind of things. These guys had set up different institutes here, but the mastermind was in Taiwan. But that was also the persons who were caught here. The mastermind did not know that these fellows were caught. He comes on a tour to check his assets. At that point of time, he was caught. Now, had we gone through the formal process, lookout circulars and all those things, it would not have been this easy. He came here and he was caught. And the important thing is, there is nothing to link his assets here to the intermediaries here through the mastermind there. It's nothing. Even money transaction is through crypto. You have an account, and suddenly it goes to crypto and it goes to an exchange. Crypto exchange, the transfer is happening. So these are the kind of problems that we are facing. So in some ways, police officers have to admit that we are scratching the surface. So technologically, we have to improve. We are disrupting the economics. In fact, Kerala are known as good disruptors. So in this field, we are even told as the Kerala model of disruption. So I think I've given enough indicators of the different disruptors that we are doing. Kerala is one place, Kerala police is one police which is looking, getting at data and trying to reach the problem, not identifying the victims and trying to reach the perpetrators. We are trying to reach the problem. We are itself identifying the victims and the perpetrators. It's not the earlier way around of, somebody comes to us with a complaint, that kind of things, no. The different examples which I tried to say was to put it in that direction, that you are having a force which is evolving with the demands of the future. So that is the Kerala model of disruption. This is the Kerala scenario. My police officers here, they would, in the state we are having anti-human trafficking cells in all districts. We have a state nodal officer who would be coordinating all this. District-wise training is happening. SJPU is juvenile police units. We have regular trainings. Training is, continuous training is the need of the day. Because, as we said, post-2010, the orientation of police has completely changed. Pre-2010, it was different. We again did a training need analysis in the National Police Academy. In the National Police Academy, we found out that around 120 periods is for drill. The way we walk. Like my heel is supposed to touch first, then this thing, then the toe, and walk like that. While for human rights, it's like 2 classes. While for something like the attitudinal training of police officers, sensitive interviewing, empathy, emotional intelligence, all this together you have a module. People say that if you do this much drill, your brain gets affected. So, but the amount of focus that was given to things like drill or horse riding, it was like 20 times more than to something important like training, sensitivity training in police officers, bias training in police officers, emotional intelligence training in police officers, resilience training in police officers, how to deal with people who are traumatized. vicarious trauma induced problems, this kind of stuff. So this training is completely being revamped. The last 10 years, this changes has taken place. It is slowly being drilled down. Monthly coordination meetings is happening. This is the Kerala scenario. We are checking unlicensed, illegal overseas manpower recruiting agencies. We have a lot of agencies here. We have a lot of, job melas, this melas, that melas here. We are checking. In fact, I did not go into it because that was one of the most common means of exploitation we are having. We are having people who recruit women, take them to Middle East, where all their documents are taken away and they are pushed into slavery. With so many that kind of case, slavery, prostitution. That kind of cases we have so many. It's common and comes regularly in the news. Cyber-enabled human trafficking. That is again, cyber used as a means to trap people to again traffic them. That is happening. Children. One fine day, parent calls and says, my child is not seen. We track his online account, we track his phone, which he might be using, and we find him somewhere in Ooty, somewhere in Bombay. And most probably he will have some boyfriend. She will have some boyfriend who was there. Not all cases. The problem is, as a police officer, is that he will have 25 cases. 24 cases will be a POXO case in which the accused is a lover, genuine love. But one case will be like this. The problem with a police officer is that the attitudinal aspect is that, so next time when he sees, his brain is oriented towards looking at it in a particular way because of his experience. And today's biggest problem that we are having is our experience is kind of, getting a difficult thing to overcome. Because I will say my experience, but because of today's circumstances, today's situations, things changing rapidly over time, experience has become a bad teacher. CIS-Vigil is, which we are doing regularly. It's like children in street strike, in which we regularly look at children who are in street, take an account of them, try to interact with them, try to find out the details. So Kerala Police is doing a lot of things in this aspect. Again, the third pillar is innovation, which we are having. Anti-human trafficking units. I think most of the officers here from the anti-human trafficking units. So again, the problem here is, when I was reviewing the anti-human trafficking units here, it's an officer who is already holding charge of the crime branch division of the district who is given additional charge. So you have a set of people who are having 5-6 charges plus this. So although we have something in name, to have it the proper effect which is needed, which is the need of the situation, we used to have dedicated units. So we are moving in that direction. As of now, I can't say that it's fully established. We are moving in that direction. College students engaged in awareness, vulnerability mapping, prevention. So this is one of the biggest gifts of SPC, student police cadets. We know that we have around 1,000 schools in the state where student police cadets are there. It's one of the biggest programs in India and the world in which police is proactively intervening in imparting good values to the generation of tomorrow. This becomes so famous that it is being emulated in different countries. So in these units also we teach students to identify victims of trafficking. So this is a proactive stand which we are taking. Kids are now very active. They say, they are not, as I said earlier, kept down or pulled down by experiences which policeman has. So they give a very fresh and very different perspective, which is helping us in different ways. Panchayats against human trafficking, this is again involving the local self-governments. What we found again is police has a lot of limitations. In organ transplant act, organ transplant and tissue act, we are not the nodal officer. We are the district medical officer. If you want to check or try to improve the conditions in a labor colony, it's the labor department who has to do. There were initial measures that were started 10-15 years earlier to make all laborers register in the police station. But again, we do have legal hassles in that. But in spite of all this, we are in fact aligning with local self-governments, trying to address vulnerabilities, problems and issues. Recently, we had a organized screening of a Assamese movie in Perumbavoor. So we networked through the local labor camps. And we also had this was a late night show. The theater was houseful. And the people are so happy. People are so happy that they started slowly interacting with us. We had an ASP there who was a good volleyball player. So he started few camps. Again, fund was a problem in association with various industries. And people started regularly coming, and then they started telling their problems. Then they started telling the issues. I'm digressing a bit, but then the issues were like, they had this game in which the high pressure air fill in the system. That's a factory there. So it seems that a way of ragging new people who come here is to put it in his ass. And one person died. So when he died only, then we found out that over 3 years, so many people have died. So this kind of different kind of exploitation, insights into it, we are able to find out because of our active coordination with, this kind of proactive measures. This is again the third pillar, innovation. Again, I dealt with it, the cyber forensics and AI. Cyber is something which we are really working hard. We are proactively looking at it. We do have the cyber portals, which is Childline numbers. Cyber portal 1930 gives us a lot of insights about victims. But what Kerala police is doing is, like, if you get that this account is of an agent, this account is that of a trafficker. We are not looking at only the victim's transaction with the trafficker's account. We are also looking at a 360-degree view of that account. We are looking at what all other accounts are putting money into that. Then we are reaching another victim. So this kind of networking is also happening. So finally, these are some of the things, role of judiciary, I guess, would be saying that we have full support. Interpreting laws liberally is an issue which we are having. We are applying laws liberally, as many of you would have felt from a lot of the examples which I am saying. To shape it or to have the ingredients of trafficking in it, we have to be a bit liberal, I guess. So we are doing it. Ensure speedy trials. This is again a problem which we are having. Upholding victim-centric procedures, maybe in-camera proceedings. A few examples in which I was able to speak with the victims. They're really terrified. Really, really terrified. It's very difficult for them to come out of that trauma. And where are they going back to? They're going back to the same environment, the same family, which will only prompt them to again support the perpetrators. Money is a huge factor. This is also happening in POXO cases. So these are some of the requirements. So I'll just just dwell into some of the latest, trends. So climate change and human trafficking is one of the huge problems that we'll have. We'll have countries going off the globe in a few years. We'll have areas, especially when we speak about Bangladesh, when we speak about people coming from there, you know that every year the coastline changes. Every year people have to migrate. There is no other option. And so they migrate. And climate change will only add to the problem. So climate change and human trafficking is now a desk in various international think tanks. I was able to work for some time in an institute known as Hudson's Institute as part of my fellowship program. So they have a specific thing known as climate change and human trafficking, climate change and terrorism. Everything is associated with climate change for them. They're saying that rules will change, cultures will change. Everything, the root problem would be climate change. As I said earlier, my friend from Pakistan, he also had the same topic, which is climate change and human trafficking. So many vulnerable populations there. Unregistered childcare and drug rehabilitation facilities. This is again a gray area. You have a lot of childcare areas, you have a lot of drug rehabilitation areas. What has come up is that so many drug rehabilitation areas have mushroomed all around the country. And people somehow, go and put them there. Family doesn't want to do anything with them. These people are put them there and they're beaten up. Again, it's a very gray area. There's so many cases like that coming up. Human trafficking to Yemen. So this is few cases which has come up. The issues, again, as I said, is the hostility of victims. Victims don't want to cooperate. This is a common thread in almost all the cases which you are facing. All the thread. This, in fact, sheds light on the huge problem that we have in rehabilitating the victim. Police has a minimum role in that. Now we are coordinating. But again, this huge problem is there. Then foreign and other state victims, once the victim goes back to their own state, again they come back. Maybe from Kerala we send them back. Then they are again trafficked to Maharashtra or to some other state. So these are happening. So we have this Palermo Protocol, which is the UN protocol to prevent, suppress and punish trafficking in persons, especially women and children. It supplements the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. So we have signed it in 2002 and ratified it in 2011. So because of this, we have a lot of cooperation from international agencies. As was said earlier, ICMEC and Interpol, they keep sharing data. So these data which we are getting, we are trying to develop it into sources. The biggest problem with this is we get so much data, but how do you act? So Kerala, I can assure you, Kerala Police is one force which is acting proactively. Now, talking about a small lacuna which we are having, in the United States, I had opportunity to kind of interact. The federal government has a national action plan to combat trafficking. It was made in 2021 in United States. You all know that people are being smuggled / trafficked to even America through very dangerous routes. From here, they go to Dubai, from there to South America. From there, they are taken like mules across border, walked through Mexico. From there, they cross. And they are put in containers and all those things. In fact, some people are like, they're not interested in this. They are promised jobs and taken. The important case, the famous case of international trafficking is people landing up in Russia to fight the war there. 32 people from Kerala were taken to Russia. In Kollam and Trivandrum, the cases are registered. Many have come back, few are missing. So what happened in that case is that they were told that they'll be taken to Armenia and Poland and different countries and given good jobs. But straight, think about the situation. They're going and they're given a gun, given some sort of training, pushed into the war field. So anyway, in US, they had this huge problem. United States, in fact, has a huger problem of trafficking within the states, within the border. People from outside is there. People are trafficked to places like Las Vegas where prostitution is legal. People are trafficked to different places where they are made to work. So that was surprising for me. Anyway, what they did was they made a national action plan to combat trafficking. It is in fact a summation of all that is needed to fight this menace. So in US it was very interesting. US has very standard SOPs. How to speak to you? This is a standard pattern. If a call comes to a police station, this is a standard pattern. In fact, I'm surprised. If a call comes to you that an autistic child is missing, step 1, send force immediately to all the water bodies in the next 2-kilometer radius. Step 2, send force immediately to all the high mast light areas in the radius. That was interesting for me. So I asked my professor, how is this made? Professor did not know. Then I went to the root of it. Then I found out that when they made this SOP, they analyzed around 600, 700 cases of autistic children who went missing. And in those 600, 700 cases, they found out that when an autistic child goes missing, first thing which his senses tell him, directs him to a water body. So data says that 30 to 40% of children either drown in a nearby water body, or they go and stand next to a high mast light or huge light and get hit by a car or something like that. So the SOP says, go, don't think, don't talk to the parents, this thing, that thing. Whatever detail is there, give the control room to go, immediately check the water body and this thing. Very interesting, I thought. So anyway, using all this kind of data, they have the specifics of it. We have the content, but have we analyzed the data to glean this content into standard SOPs? This protocol, maybe I can share. I do have a copy of it. It is very, very nice way. How do you check a person whether this person is a victim? How do you check a person whether this person is an accused? What are the important steps in investigation? If you go to a spot, what are the things to check there? It is all written in black and white. What are the ways in which you can help to rehabilitate a victim? So instead of me speaking one thing, another organization speaking another thing, third organization speaking something else, they have this action plan, standardized thing, which they disseminate across different agencies. I was also again surprised. Can anybody tell me how many different police forces are there in the US? I mean, a bit digressing, but since I just came back from my study leave, എത്ര പോലീസ് ഫോഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ കേരള പോലീസ് 1, അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് 28 സ്റ്റേറ്റ് 29 സ്റ്റേറ്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് അത്രയും പോലീസ് ഫോഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട് അല്ലേ? സോ ഇൻ US, how many police forces is there? A trivia before I end. So they have 50 states, sir. So 50 is too less. ഒരു നമ്പർ പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ ആർക്കെങ്കിലും? റേഞ്ച് 100 പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ ആർക്കെങ്കിലും? 100, 1000, 1000 എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ? 15,000? This really shocked me because when I went there, they told me that US has 18,200 and something different police departments. Like Kerala police, they have Maryland police, Maryland County police, Maryland this police, that police. There are police departments like the New York police with a strength of 55,000. And there are some police departments with a strength of 5 to 6 counties. So how do they coordinate? They make this kind of action plans by the federal government, which is kind of principles are used. So India can also use this kind of action plans. Hopefully we'll have one in the near future. And their important principles in this action plan is the 3 P's: protection of witness, prosecution of cases, and prevention. It's like the preamble to their action plan. We are also following the same thing. So I think with this I will end. I tried to kind of give a bird's eye view of different things that's happening in this field, different things which needs our immediate attention, which I feel needs to be looked at from a different point of view than the traditional point of view because of the huge evolving nature of this aspect of trafficking. I have not talked about child labor, people working in hotels here, people being brought for marriages to different places. That kind of traditional trafficking is there. But I tried to kind of look at the latest aspects, and I really hope that it was meaningful to everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that very compelling presentation highlighting the critical role of law enforcement. The floor is now open for discussions and clarifications, if any. Participants who have questions, they may kindly raise their hands and please wait till the microphone reaches them.
I hope I have answered all questions. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. May we now request Sri Mohan P., Additional Director, Kerala Judicial Academy, to hand over a souvenir of our appreciation to Sri Sadish.
Thank you, sir. We will now break for lunch. We have arranged a buffet lunch. All are requested to take their portion and come back to the hall to be seated to have the lunch. And the next session would commence at 2:15.
International Trafficking for Cyber Slavery. Resource person for this session is Dr. M. Devasutham, Regional Specialist, South Asia, International Justice Mission. His position as Regional Specialist for the IJM underscores his deep expertise in this subject. IJM is globally recognized combating human trafficking. We anticipate a profound and contemporary analysis of the modern trends in human trafficking, particularly in the realm of cyber slavery. Sir, we invite you to take over the session.
Check, check. Good afternoon, everyone. To start with, respected Sri Sajil sir, the Director of Kerala Judicial Academy, and respected Mogana Christian sir, Deputy Director of Judicial Academy, and also I also wanted to Dr. John Varghese sir and Dr. Athanya ma'am, and all the staff who've been supporting us graciously from our Kerala Academy, and also all the respected dignitaries, judges, law enforcement officers, and prosecutors, lawyers. And I, on behalf of International Justice Mission, I extend my heartiest thanks, and we also bring greetings from our Vice President, Director, Commander Ashok Kumar. And I'm very, very happy to be here because Kerala is the one state who pioneers so many things, innovatively, technologically, best practice way, everything. And this became the best practice for many of our states to adapt and implement in their own regions. Most of our Honorable Justice speaking, they also presented about many case scenarios. Even when our DIG sir is present, he also said it's Kerala model. There are a lot of models have been created here, which are also utilized by many of our other states. So I'm really, really privileged and honored to be in this gathering. My name is Dr. Devasitham, and the last 15 years I've been working and supporting our government and law enforcement official on combating human trafficking crime. And human trafficking in general form, we also heard a lot. In a short nutshell, it's a trade. It's a trade of human beings. You all know about this. Whenever we go and purchase a product, there will be 3 components involved. The first component is a buyer, the second component is a seller, and the third component is a product. This is called trade. Even in the human trafficking, there is a buyer who is also called as customers or demand creators. There is also a seller. We call them traffickers, agents, madams, middlemen, and then sub-traffickers. And the products are vulnerable victims of human trafficking. And what happened the moment a person buys this, they take advantage of this product. I'm just showing this water bottle as a product so that we'll understand. And when the moment the product is bought, it is mine. I can take control of this. I know exploiters. That is exactly the mindset of the traffickers and the people who actually buy them, or people who actually take advantage of our vulnerable victims, literally for the purpose of exploitation. That is how human trafficking works. Since we heard a lot about human trafficking, a review, an overview, and the laws and roles, I'm going to completely shift our focus from domestic trafficking to international perspective of human trafficking. And even most of presentation we heard there is a trends of human trafficking currently that is happening, and that is called cyber slavery is what we heard, and that is what we're going to see in details. And I would like to start with one of the social media videos shared by our own Kerala police from Thrissur. It went viral across country, creating a massive awareness about a particular thing. I want you all to watch it along with me. Excuse me because I was able to get the memes form of the reels. Please. Can you connect the audio, sir? Kindly excuse the glitch. Sound a little bit.
My camera is not working properly, sir. What is that? Yes. What do you do? नमस्कार नमस्कार ये छोड़ दो भाई ये काम छोड़ दो आपको अच्छी तरह से नहीं चलेगा समझा आपका लोकेशन मुझे मिला है आपका एड्रेस मुझे मिला है सब कुछ मुझे मिला है ये साइबर से ले भाई ये देखो ये साइबर से ले
Yeah. Sorry, some of the things I don't understand, but I really felt I would like to start the presentation with this. You saw there's a person acting as a Mumbai police, calling one of our officers and trying to, asking him to turn on the video. This is a part of cybercrime, which is also called digital arrest. So this video, I'm sure it got you thinking like why it is happening. Suddenly, all of us start getting so many calls, so many messages, so many, investment opportunities, cryptocurrency opportunities, and there's a lot of job opportunities coming up through our WhatsApp and social media platform. Where is all coming? There are so many victims, according to our I4C, that there are so many increase in number of cybercrime registered, laundering money, and so many things. And if we give a chance to think why it's happening, where it's all come from, it is all come from, even one of the shocking data that is shared was, this is from a Bureau of Immigration, Ministry of Home Affairs, there is 29,000 plus people have been traveled to Southeast Asia country like Cambodia, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, using a visitor's visa. This is the last 2 years data from 22 to 24, and none of these victims are returned back to our country for a longer period. And out of which almost 21,000 are male, and then 8,000 plus are female, travelers. And most of them, their profile is like between 16 to 29 years age group, and majority of them are like job seeker and also the recent graduated from. And they were also able to, identify majority of the educated group and also socially and, economically, underdeveloped area or disadvantaged region of our country. What happened to all of them? What happened? Why did not return back to our country? What is actually happening? The question that I would like to start with, what happened to them was majority of them became the victims of cyber slavery in Southeast Asia country. Cyber slavery, what is cyber slavery? Cyber slavery is a new form of human trafficking where our own individuals or vulnerable victims are lured and they are also literally coerced or manipulated under the disguise of various things, majority for international jobs in Thailand. And once they all agree to this, all the victims are actually taken into Thailand and then literally forced to perform scamming activities. So all the calls that we are getting, all the scamming activities that are happening on social media platform is actually planned, perpetrated, and performed by the trafficker in international forums. And then they're all taken to only few places. They're only taken to 3 countries in Southeast Asia, which is Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos. I'll also give you detail by step phases how it is happening. Since we are all there, as a legal fraternity and a government official, law enforcement official, I also, thought I just wanted to run through the entire modus of operandi, how that is involved in this entire process, which will give us the detailed understanding of how the crime is actually happens, how this crime is, very clearly, plannedly orchestrated by the traffickers. To begin with, every country, there is a source place for human trafficking, there is a transit place for human trafficking, and there is a destination place for human trafficking. Even in the cyber slavery cases, India is also play as a source state where majority of our victims are taken to transit countries, which I'll just explain where are they, which are the countries, and then finally they ended up in a destination country. I just put only 3 here because these are the only 3 countries act as a destination country. India is not new for this international trafficking. We had cases of international human trafficking cases. Even our DIG sir mentioned we had a lot of cases from Bangladesh. People are coming trafficked into India for some commercial exploitation. So we had cases, even as an organization, we had cases, 2 type of cases where people from other countries brought into India, which is majority case we had is from Bangladesh, Nepal. These are the countries we had frequently. And then from Indians also taken to other countries for job and sexual exploitation in different countries, which is Arab countries, and also I would even say like Malaysia, Singapore for job opportunities, and different other places. But the trend is completely changing. The trend is also shifting. Even from the presentation from our DIG sir, we were able to see even people are trafficked to other countries to be part of wars. In Russia, that is also one of the case study he presented. I'm going to explain this entire process by phase for all of us to understand this, the new form of human trafficking in details, and based on that, we'll also take a call in the future. The first one is it's online advertisement phase. How people are targeted, how people are approached by the traffickers nationally and internationally for this cyber slavery trafficking. You see, these are the advertisement that is shared on social media platform. The social media platform, I'm not talking about any one particular platform. It is every single social media platform that we utilized by the traffickers and the tech-savvy traffickers. And then they started reaching out to hundreds and thousands of vulnerable victims. You see, this one is very clearly says, I am the person in charge of the recruitment department of the Thailand office of China company. Our company is urgently recruiting Chinese English bilingual elite talent. Very flowery words, the messages comes to our youngsters who are desperately looking for a job opportunity. We get so many such calls or messages on WhatsApp. And we also get is like very direct jobs in Thailand, and then with a very, very, even if you see in this these are real pictures that we have actually took a screenshot just to show you the reality. And it shows 1,000 USD as USD as the salary for a month. The first one is they start approaching vulnerable victims in the pretext of international job opportunities. Majority of them are job opportunity. I will also show what are the other means that they are also approaching. The first one is international job opportunity through WhatsApp, Telegram, and Facebook, Instagram, any other messengers app. The person, the moment he said job opportunities for lawyers, job opportunity for a social worker or a medical professional, the moment when he searched, the algorithm pulls out the data that shows that he is looking for a job. And that has been utilized and start uploading and pulling these messages. And it also comes with a very, very interesting job opportunity, which is $1,500 per month. The moment people see this, is 1,30,000 rupees approximately. And the moment they said 1 lakh rupees as a salary for a month, with free food and accommodation, along with free air tickets to this country, who will say no to this kind of a job? So that is the big demand that is created by the traffickers to lure the victims. And then many victims are, the moment they see, even in this you can see the number of roles that they actually can apply for. These are one of the online advertisement clearly says what are the different types of role that they're looking people for. And it kind of got all the online related, chat related, human resource related jobs are actually listed here, along with what is the other category and requirement that is needed from these victims. So in this category, so this is how they reach out to the vulnerable victims. That leads us to our next phase of recruitment. These recruitment are not happening just like, okay, you selected, you come. It is a very well planned, cohesive, lured process. It all starts with the recruitment agency, so called, approaching the victims who actually clicked on this link or called the number or sent the messages that I am interested. The moment they receive these messages, they reach out to them. They tell them, we're going to have an online interview. Just like any other job interview, there is a HR appearing and they said, thank you for, joining and interested to join our work. And this is what, the requirement, and they ask them to introduce yourself. Our people who are desperate are willing to go for international job, appearing on the interview, and they just explain them. All that they look for them is one thing is were they able to communicate well in English. And now some of our study also shows, because some of our South Indian states who could speak and communicate well in English are the main target for the traffickers who are operating from Cambodia and Myanmar areas. So what actually happened is the moment you cleared that test, they said, well done. You were able to complete the first round of interview. And then now you are moving you to the second round interview is a typing test. Sometimes the typing test happen online here itself, or it might happen in the premises after they reach the things. We haven't started the real horrific story of the cyber slavery. We are just in the very beginning phase. So what happened the moment they actually agreed to do this, the next the candidates are selected or grouped, and they formed a small group on Telegram. And they say 5 people selected from Vizag, all of them put together, or 5 people selected in Kerala, Ernakulam, they are all grouped in a Telegram group. From that moment, there is a strong instruction regularly comes to their phones every single day. Do you have a passport? Where is your nearby airport? And then what is the amount from here to there? So all this is regularly communicated with the people. So they also keep uploading their documents, and they're getting a job offer also. They're saying you've been selected, this is an email, and everything is they come to them indirectly. In this process, we also studied the traffickers are there in the Southeast Asian country, how they're actually able to make all the arrangements in India locally. And then the study also actually showed us there is 3 different models of the online bookings are happening and the recruitment is happening. The first model is the direct offline in-person model, which is a recruitment agency. The recruitment agency has a direct connection with this camp. We call them scamming compounds, because I'll tell you why it is. The cyber scam, the traffickers are operating from this compound. They directly approach this local agent to identify vulnerable victim and send them over. And to bring one victims, each agents actually get minimum of $1,000 to maximum of $3,000 as a commission for bringing one victim into this scamming compound. So this is a direct recruitment method. The second one is hybrid method. In the hybrid method, which is the second one, so they do the online process, and for the flight booking and all the local transportation and all the process, they connect with the local agent. In the previous and the offline in-person method, what happens? This traffickers also collects money from the victim as a recruitment charges. These are not like a small amount like 5,000, 10,000. Literally 1 lakh to maximum of 3 lakh rupees has been collected from this victim even before they leave the country for the cyber slavery work. And last week we were able to repatriate one victim in collaboration with Indian Embassy in Cambodia. She actually sold her bike and all her savings, and together she paid 3.2 lakh rupees to a victim, to the agent, local agent, just for him to recruit her for this international job. And the second one is they do the hybrid method, where both trafficker do the online interview process and hand over the victim to the local agent, who also does this. Some of the portion of the money also taken by the local agent. And the third category, after there is a lot of arrest on the local agent, a lot of awareness is created by our own government, and then eventually they moved into a phase where everything is happening online nowadays. From reaching out on the advertisement, and then interview process, and then the recruitment, and then even getting their travel flight tickets and the visa process, everything is done online all the information is shared by the victims themselves. And not only just they're using as an international job as a disguise, they're also coming up various other models of luring the victims, which is it's an international education opportunities in Thailand, or free immigration to Thailand and other countries. Some of them also says that, a boyfriend, girlfriend game online, you look nice, you want to come move into my country, you can come back here, you can settle here. So these are another method and mode is also utilized among the vulnerable victims to transport them back into their countries as a part of the cyber slavery work. And now the recruitment is done. That actually lead us to the other phase of trafficking the victims from India to other countries. As I said, there is only 3 countries works as a destination country. Let me give you the clear picture here. The first one is, in the global map you see India. India has been targeted heavily for recruiting vulnerable victims because of our population, because of the workforce that is available to get into the job across India as well as the other international countries. So once our victims are targeted, and then they're all given, the travel things are booked, their flight charges are booked, the visa process have been taken care, all of them taken to any one of these countries. They were either first taken to Dubai, and then from there they made to stay there for 2 days. From them they were sent back to Thailand. Or they were taken to Singapore as a transit country. From there they sent back to Thailand. Or they're taken to Malaysia. From Malaysia they were sent back to Thailand. Because Thailand has been operating as a major transit hub, because it is also situated closer to Cambodia and Myanmar. So these are the yellow ones are the transit countries where our trafficker actually take our vulnerable victims from India to these places and then direct them back into Thailand for other things. Along with this, and all the victims directed to Thailand are taken to these 3 countries. One is Cambodia, Myanmar, and the third one is Laos. These are the 3 countries where the cyber scamming compound was set up. I will also show you the picture. Now we have an office in Thailand. So our office started monitoring this menace. They started observing what is the process happening, where are the countries people are coming from. Initially, when we interacted with them, they mentioned that there's only 3 to 4 countries where people are coming into. But the recent data, which has happened in 2024, which is last year, and these are the different countries where the victims are brought from. Almost 20 to 25 countries where the victims are actually lured, trafficked, and brought to work in either Myanmar or Cambodia and Laos. So I closely work with the Indian Embassy and officials and our offices in Cambodia and Myanmar. So I'm going to focus giving some example from these 2 countries now. So now we understand, okay, this is the country they're going. And if you see this 3 country, which is Cambodia and Myanmar and Laos, and 3 countries operate in a 3 different angle. In Myanmar, and there is a border where they actually set up a big IT parks. I'm not just talking about a small house or a home or a small company. I'm talking about a very massive IT parks with 6 floors, buildings, 10-floor buildings. Each floor can accommodate more than 200 to 300 people or 1,000 people. And you will get to hear the first-hand experience also after my session. So these are massive planned operations and well-organized crime by stakeholders across places. And one that we have in, we were able to find in Myanmar, which is completely operated by Chinese controlled area, Chinese militant controlled area. Once people go in, that's all. They're completely, completely controlled by these militants. Even they found having guns, that's all. So that is the control taken care by them. And in Cambodia, you also see a big, massive buildings where you get to see, but is completely protected and always monitored by the guards and other people. That is the condition that the victims are working in. I'll also give you more insight as we go into this. And now we know about the countries where our Indians are trafficked to different transit countries. And then from there, they were actually moved into only 3 Southeast Asian countries. And that leads us to the next phase is international transfer. So our victims get into the flight and goes to this transit area. What happened is completely shocking. Now you all know that they're all grouped in a Telegram group or in a WhatsApp group. They are constantly given instruction what to do, what to say, and everything. And the moment they reach Thailand, there is a message comes to their group saying, "Friend, you will have a car at the entrance waiting for you, and there is a driver going to pick you up to your office location." And the moment they receive this, and then the phone number, our victims goes out, look for that car, and get into this vehicle. And after getting to the vehicle, they said, "We're going to have a long drive because this is a main city, which is sometimes they go to Swarnabhumi Airport, sometimes they go to Don Mueang Airport. There are 2 airports in Thailand. So when they reach us, they said, "We're going to have a long drive." And literally, I'll just give you one example from Swarnabhumi Airport to the place that victims are, trafficked are technically 7 hours max. They can go up to like 9 hours also because of the traffic and other things. They literally, put in a car, drive to these places. In between, they also stopped in many checkpoints and to check their process. And they go to one place and they made to wait. In the trafficking, we also see mode is also called harbor. The victims are made to literally stay in a hotel for a day or 2. And then in the evening time, night time, they were asked, "Okay, now we are going to go to the company, please come." And then they actually get into this vehicle and go at one particular point. They were made to walk for like a kilometer or 2. And then they were told, now we have to get into the company, so we have to cross a small river. And majority of the victim who returned, they said, "Sir, only at this point, we started to think, why are we going into all these places for just a chatting work or just a online, processing work or online, call centers? Why we are made to do all this?" So they literally put in a small boat and to cross the river, which is a very small river, and they're getting into a place, and majority of them came to know that they entering into Myanmar only there. Because they're not even in Thailand, they literally taken to another country, Myanmar, illegally crossing the border. And some of the victims also shared, "Sir, we get this phone update saying, 'Welcome to Myanmar.' Then only we realize that we are in some other country, we are not even in Thailand." And to give you precisely, this is the aerial view of Myanmar. This is the scamming centers. In the 2022, when our office are working on this, there was only few buildings are there. In the last, 3 to 4 years, they were able to build a very massive cyber compound to perform, cyber scamming activity targeting many other countries, including India. Give you another example. So this is Thailand. That's a Thailand country. And then this is Myanmar. So that small thing that separates these 2 countries is the Mo River. Sorry for the repeat word. This is the Moi River. That's the only river that actually differentiates Thailand and Myanmar. So that's where our victims are made to cross the river so that they can get into this building, which is technically situated in Myanmar, and then they brought into this place. And these are the cyber slavery compounds. So now they reach the country. I've been also guiding you from how the recruitment happens, and then how they transported, how they reach the destination, and how they made to go in a vehicle, and finally how they're reaching this part. Now that moves us into another segment where what is the scam centers, what they do, what is actually happening, how these things are performed. To start with, as soon as they get into the scam centers, there is an HR person comes and talk to the victims and make them sign in one Chinese contract, which says all the terms and conditions. Most of the time it is in Chinese, and it is very hard for our victims to understand. It is not even in English. And here, once they sign this contract, then all their passport, phones, and their personal things have been confiscated by these traffickers, and then they were all given different rooms allocated to this. Most of the time they're also given a room, where they're going to work, where the different place that they're going to work. And then they're also given a job orientation. Sometimes they're given the orientation on the same day. Sometimes they made to wait in the room, settle down for 1 or 2 days, and after that the orientation is given. Depends on individual, depends on their availability. And the job orientation is not just like any other IT officers. The orientation is given. You are going to be the front desk person. You will be doing this work, and these are the files you will be handling. You will be reporting to. That's exact orientation given here, but differently. The job orientation is like what kind of a scam that they will be involved in. There are more than 15 to 16 different types of scams that we heard. We also recorded. But I'll also share you some of the scams here, which also very familiar as we read that in our newspapers every day, frequently even nowadays. And then they're also given clear instruction on in case they try to escape from this place or they don't want to continue, what will happen to them. One is they are abused very badly, and they are also said, you are in a different country, you cannot escape, because all your travel documents are with us. That is another category. And third one is it also took us more than 5,000 USD to try, bring you here, including the commission that they pay to the travel agent locally. All this would be, come up to like 5,000 USD to 6,000 USD. You repay that money and then you leave the country. So these are the, threats and clear demands put on the victims. And now, once the victims, majority of them, who we actually in our Indian embassies have rescued, or they refused to perform the scamming activity. And the moment they refused to perform the scamming activity, they were beaten very badly or put in a dark room, which I'll also explain you in a bit. And then shock the electrocutors, and they have the shockers that literally like a teaser guns, a big one they were actually given. They also had batons to beat the victims very brutally. I'll also show you some of the disturbing images just for your warning sake. And then there are more than lots and lots of scams are performed there. One is there is a romance scam, for the investment purpose. They talk to you. So as soon as they go in, they're all given a profile. For example, if after all this abuse, I agree to continue working, I'm given a name. Okay, this is your profile, 4-page profile. The 4-page profile is actually start by saying this. The person name is Lucy. I'm giving an example. Lucy, she's from this country. She's this working. This is her family background. This is, what her hobbies are. This is how she would like to connect with people. This is literally a script given to each individual. They have to memorize that. Based on that, they will create one Facebook page, social media pages for them. That would become their identity as they're working in that compound. Using that identity, they will be reaching out to many people, start scamming people and luring money. I am not exaggerating. I'm just explaining the reality, what is the process that goes. In fact, each person has given $5,000 as demand money for every week. They have to scam people, generate 5,000 USD from, you can scam anyone, but that's a demand set by them. What if I don't comply to that demand? There will be a person who will explain to you, he was less than $500, he was beaten badly and asked to continue the work next time so that he will never miss the target. That is the condition that the victims were going through. And all these scams, I know we're all, one way or other way, we would have heard about all this. These are the major ones that I pulled out. There is a lot other than also they are performed. How victims knows all this? They're newly arrived. How they know to do all this? They don't know. They really don't know how to do this. But there is a proper scam book available given to this victim to follow. It got all the details. It is also available in soft copy given by the traffickers to the victims. And all that they need to do is to just copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. And they also given 30 different SIM cards and the system, newly a laptop or a system to use it, and also they have a team leaders to monitor them regularly whether they are doing the work or they are trying to reach escape or something. So that is, and these scams are different places, and they are not only just doing it in the very normal way. It's okay, they're just getting a call. If we get aware of it, and then we can combat this. That is, of course, one way that we can combat this crime, but they're also getting way sophisticated than how we trying to work to combat this crime. When I say sophisticated, if you see in this video, the video that we saw at the beginning of our presentation, this person is wearing Mumbai police uniform. And the background you see, he's sitting in the police station. It is not a background image. It is literally a police station set up in these camp centers. And this is from Cambodia. This little camp center, the police station, depicting our Indian police station set up in the camp centers, and the people are coached in such a way that they speak in our language. Because they're forced to speak, forced to get people. So this setup is set up purposefully, especially to lure people on digital arrest. How many of you heard this scam that the elders have been called and they said that your name, one of the parcel on your name going to this place, and we opened it, it formed with a lot of drugs in it. Since your name is on it, we are calling you. And I would like to ask you a few questions. And definitely they will say, no, that is not my name. I don't send any parcel like this. Sorry, sir, and all this. The moment you get, no, wait 1 minute, police wants to talk to you. And then there is a video call, and this person in a police attire speaks to the victim and says, we found it at your name, your details, you are responsible for this. And he forcing them to turn on the video. The moment they turn on, and then they will made to sit in a chair, videos on, and for throughout the entire process, even for went to more than 3 to 4 hours. What they do, they literally ask them, ma'am, to start with, you have to make a fine. You want to close this case, or you wanted to proceed with this? You have to make a fine. How much money you have in your account? And they said, okay, if you want to close it, you say this is not my product, then you have to pay 10,000, initial amount of 5,000 or something. And they said, okay, we will pay you, and please, we don't want to be part of this. The moment they said it, they send a link. And people think, okay, this is a link to make the payment. The moment they click on the link, all our bank details are clearly visible in their screens. Very shocking. Even how much account you have in your, how much money you have in your account is clearly visible from other side. So they know that you have this much of amount, and then they start luring you. Because the moment you realize these are scammers, you will cut the call, you change everything. But they don't want that to happen, so eventually they'll give you slow by slow, ma'am, this expense goes beyond this, so you have to transfer at least 50,000 now. You want us to close the case, or you don't want to? You wanted to come to Delhi or Mumbai to testify that it does not belongs to you. So all these conversations, literally confuse the victim, literally lure them, to a point where, they are, mentally is also affected. They don't know what to do with this. These are becoming one of the major, scam that's happened across India, where so many of our, people, our elders lost their money. So they have a very properly designed setup in these camp centers. Not only that, they also take use of artificial intelligence. They have a female AI body scan model. So there is very less women are working in the camp centers. So that role generally, when all the men workers are doing this scam work, especially honey trap. Honey trap is as a girl talking to a man saying that, I want to marry you, you want to come. So in that context, when they're doing it, and the one moment the men, from the other side, they said, I want to listen, I want to talk to you. You're only chatting with me. I want to talk to you. I want to see whether you're real or not. The moment they said, these women workers are made to put makeup and sit and talk to them. But now there is a very limited, women are working in such compounds. And so they actually start, utilizing artificial intelligence. They actually get the facial reaction, body scan of the women, and then they made to do the video call using artificial intelligence, which is very, very realistic image from other side talking to you on a video call. You don't even realize that somebody is like some, avatar or something is talking to you. It's like another woman talking. That's why they have this female AI scan model that they have, they're utilizing to talk. And so far, how is it going? You feel okay? Can we continue? Yes. You can stop me if you have any questions also. Sometimes they say it is very challenging to have a session post-lunch, but I always say I like post-lunch sessions because my topic is never let people sleep also. So, yes. And then it is not only just about how they are operating, they also have a very strong controlled mechanism in place. To begin with, of course, they confiscate the... Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. So it's working in Myanmar. It's operating, the camp center is operating from Myanmar. But it's completely not Myanmar government controlled. It's a Chinese militant controlled area. So the government is actually, sir, to be frank, this government isn't, they say that this is just an IT park. It's a work. It's not a scam centers.
So it's government supported.
In Cambodia, we have seen that is how it's operating. So the government says it is not a scam center. It's an IT park. And that something happened like this, we don't know. The whole world knows this is what happening. But they said, no, that is not happening. The same, method is also utilized in Myanmar also. So, back to the control mechanism, they also said you illegally enter into this country. Now you cannot go back unless we let you go. And then there is always surveillance, and also we have, they have the guards with guns also if they try to escape. And then they sometimes use the language barrier also. They put their groups in different languages so that they don't communicate with each other. They don't, plan any other travel. And the final one is very shocking also, the debt one, because they say to bring you here, it costed us around 5,000 USD to 10,000 USD. If you want to leave, then you repay that whole money and then you leave. So that is a very, very, the way they have all the mechanism around the people so that they don't have any say or escape in this. And not only this, the abuses are very, very brutal because the scams, these traffickers are fully on the profit and the money. They don't really care about how the human, react or respond. And these are the different types of abuses that we are able to, record from every victims, when they share their stories. And I also show you some pictures. Just a disclaimer, it's a very troubled picture. And these are some of our victims who are beaten up for not meeting the demands. Not even trying to escape. They are beaten up for not meeting the demand that they want. And this is actually from, one of the campsite from Cambodia. And this is another situation where this is from Myanmar. Again, he refused to work or refused to do the scamming work on the first day itself. He said, I don't want to do this. I will not be involved in this. You told me different. You brought me here. And literally he was put in a dark room, and the regular handcuff he was put in one hand. And then he made to stay there for like almost a week and 2 weeks without any food. And every morning a person comes with a hose with water, like water force on him, and ask him with the translator, do you want to continue working or what? They said no, and then they continue this and they leave them, lock them in the room. And at one point they let them leave when they found them useless, which also we'll talk a little bit. So this is a real picture of one of the victims that we were able to repatriate in collaboration with Indian Embassy from Cambodia. And I really wanted to mention this Honorable Sir, Mr. Abraham Sir. He's actually from our own Kerala, but he's a consular posted there in Indian Embassy, Cambodia. He's one of the very proactive officer. The moment requests come from India, he takes every step possible to rescue the victims, safely send them back into India. And this is one of the victims safely sent back. And even the previous picture that I showed, all this victim along with 8 people were safely sent back to repatriated back into India. So the pictures what you see was the horrible condition, but they are now in freedom, they're back into our country. Yeah. Yes, that leaves us to the last phase, which is the rescue and repatriation. There is a lot of challenges involved the moment, how to rescue a victim in another country. And you all aware of this, it is a different entity, different territory, there's different laws and legislation and guidelines and protocol involved. And so how currently this is happening, the reason why I wanted to share this is sometimes you get a case, but we don't know what to do. And so I'm just sharing the best practices that we have right now. The moment you have a complaint or initial communication, complaint from the victims, usually what happens that, we forward that to cybercrime, and then they share it with the headquarters, then they share that with the Indian embassies. It either goes to Ministry of External Affairs India, and then they forward the cases together into different Indian embassies situated in Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos, wherever the victims are. The moment the cases goes there, then Indian embassy actually take the complaint and make it as an individual document complaint. Technically, the ideal preferable method is they want the name and the passport details if possible, and also the geolocation of the person who is currently staying, because there is hundreds of IT compound, cyber slavery compounds are there. They want to know at least which compound this person is. And then the active phone number, either Indian phone number or Cambodian phone number. These are the major 4 things that our Indian embassy needs to draft this complaint, and after which they will be sending that to make a formal request to the Home Minister and all the commissioners. They translate this document into their language and send it to the respected police station jurisdiction. And then they go as a small police rescue and search and rescue, and they identify our victims that the Indian embassies are requested for a release, and then they release them. The moment they release them, they actually hand over them to IRC centers, which is immigration removal centers in Cambodia, in Cambodian government. The victims are made to stay there for a week to do the process and making sure that all the documents and everything is verified. If our Indian victims without a passport or a visa, then they inform our Indian embassies. An Indian embassy verify their whereabouts and then other documents to confirm this person belongs to India. And if it is yes, they actually create one-time exit document so that people can actually leave Cambodia, and that is the process that is involved. Once that has happened, then repatriation authorization come from the minister clearance, and then they are cleared to go leave the country, and then the travel documents are prepared by Indian embassy, given to them, and then they were safely repatriated back to India. We also have some challenges. In the cases that we have observed, we found out that some victims directly also go to Indian embassy. The challenge is, I said, the victims without documents. If they have a document, it's easy for our Indian embassy to immediately help them, send them back. When some people directly approach the government, so they also go through the same process, and they also rescue and repatriate them safely back to our country. And all this picture that is there is also the real pictures of some of the victims, safely rescued and repatriated back into our country. Yeah. But in case of Myanmar, it is little challenging. As I said, it is also Chinese militant controlled area. Most of the time they demand money from the victims. And there are so many victims actually literally paid few lakhs rupees. And some of them also literally borrowed loan from India, and they were able to make the payment there. And that's initial phases how they actually operated if you want to leave the campsite. Or they're also involved in negotiation to, the local NGOs in Myanmar also involved in negotiation to leave certain people. And finally, they're also handed over to the border police, and then they hand over them over to Thailand police. From Thailand, they were actually sent to Bangkok. After all the procedures done, they are actually asked to, repatriate back into our country. And with this, it's a very detailed one and also very hard to process. Lot of information at the same time. So I don't want to rush. That's why I just only said the modus operandi, how it happens. In case if we get a case, what is the process that we can do? I'm not saying this is the standard operating procedure. I am just carefully mentioning this is the best practice that currently being practiced. So if you got any such complaints, you can always reach out to the Indian Embassy on an email. They're very proactively doing work as much as possible to rescue and repatriate our Indian victim back into our country. Yeah. With this, I also have some recommendation in the future. If you have, we also need to enhance our national-wide digital awareness. If you see our awareness only thinking from the perspective of putting it our Twitter handle or our own social media passage, but if you see the traffickers utilize every single online digital platform to advertise this fake job opportunity. In order to counter, we also need to adopt this national digital awareness model to reach out to every social media page available to reach out to the victims, because one of their major targets are youngsters, because youngsters are known for usage of social media. Therefore, they're targeting the social media approach. The second one is, it is also very, very useful if we have hotspot monitoring or a community-based vigilance practices, because for now, if we put all the data together, so we've just made a small assessment in AP based on their government request, we're able to identify what are the major hotspots of people that are actually trafficked. So those are the areas we need to identify and put a strong awareness creation, control monitoring to identify these vulnerable victims and create awareness to prevent them from moving. And then we also need to utilize AI, artificial intelligence to put online to identify these fake recruitment agencies or the fake international job agency that is. And then also all the communication should be brought out. Anything illegal that need to be brought into law. That is another recommendation we have. And then most of the times the first responders are law enforcement officers. There is a complaint from the victims, directly go to the family come and approach our law enforcement officials. And I think so far most of them are aware of this scam, but also we need to conduct the well-planned strategic advanced training for officer. What would be this modus operandi? What are the stop points we can do to stop this crime? And also what is the procedure if rescue the already trapped victims? And then sometimes it is actually just treated as cyber crime and then it stopped there. So it is also a request that we can actually make it, identify this in the angle of human trafficking, then we can see the broader umbrella of the trafficking networks and the people organized crime involved behind this crime. Yeah. And then one of the other recommendation we also make is, we can actually have a very, enhanced immigration screening process to ask more questions or, screen people who are actually traveling to these places. And then we also have, need to strengthen our embassies in other countries with a lot of adequate resources so that they can support more victims in place. Yeah. With that, I would like to end my session. Once again, I would like to thank our Director Sir and Deputy Director Sir for this wonderful opportunity to share this crime. I just wanted to conclude by saying this one thing. The victims that we rescue from them, they all said this common word, I really wish I could know about this. All I tried this is just to get a good job, settle my life so that my family can be settled. These are the major words. A lot of victims have shared this. I think it is also our responsibility to find a ways, come up with a process in place to prevent these victims from getting into these abusive conditions so that they can protect themselves and they can actually stay here at least safe and enjoy their freedom with their family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that detailed and alarming overview of the modern trends in international trafficking or cyber slavery. The floor is now open for discussions and clarifications. If any of the participants have a question to put to Dr. M. Devasitham, they may raise their hands and wait till the microphone reaches them.
continue. Okay. Sure. Okay. Either I'm actually done an exceptional job in doing this presentation so that we're very clear, all of us, with most respected, or you don't want to ask me any question in this place. But I actually have my number here and I am available to answer questions which I know of my knowledge. So feel free to reach out to us, or you can always reach out to our director, sir. Any questions related to this, and sir can help us sort out this, come up with a plan to address all this. Yeah, with that I'm closing my session. I would also have another interesting session next. I think the person who's going to come next is more interesting person. He speaks very good than me, and is none other than our Mr. Rajesh. So he's a former victim of cyber slavery. He's basically sorry, I'll introduce him after some time.
Before we commence the final session, may I request Dr. John Verghese, Deputy Director of the Kerala Judicial Academy, to hand over a souvenir of our appreciation to Dr. M. Devasatham. So the last session will be dealing with the topic of beyond rescue, reclaiming dignity and rebuilding life. The session will be led by Sri Rajesh, who is a survivor from Andhra Pradesh. His participation is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. His presence as a survivor signifies an extraordinary journey of courage, healing, and advocacy. His narrative will offer a crucial human perspective. It will guide us to understand the imperative for rehabilitation and reintegration beyond the judicial process. Sir, we invite you to share your inspiring narrative.
I'd like to introduce Mr. Rajesh. He was a former victim, a survivor of cyber slavery. He is a microbiologist by profession, and he was trafficked to Myanmar, and he was actually rescued with the help of our own government, and he came back and is now living in Vizag. So we invited him. After this session, we also requested, under the leadership of our director, sir, he said, more than you speak, sir, if there is a victim comes and share his own experience, would actually, share more light on this crime and also give us an understanding of how we can combat this crime. So we requested him, he's agreed to come here to share his own journey of how he's been trafficked, rescued, and repatriated. So, over to you.
Hello, sir. Very good evening to everyone. And thank you for giving this opportunity to stand before you. All the dignitaries who are in the auditorium, I'm very, very thankful to you, standing before you and to speak. The situation happened in the year 2024 in the April month. So on that time, when I was facing a situation, I thought that was the end of my life. So on that time, the end was the life. So no more situation happened in my life. So I thought that one of the person who is sitting behind me is my Dev sir, is a Mani sir, you could call him, as a brother, as a sir, or a friend. He stood back me and fighted for me and supported to my family and for me to get back from that horrible situation to get back to India and standing before you, speaking. The situation happened for me, and I want to introduce. The thing happened very clearly, and thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity to introduce everything behind all the persons who are sitting here, who are elder than me. I'm a small person before you. If anything goes wrong, anything tells any situation that facing me, telling that any wrong thing, just please accept my apologies. So thank you. So, well, going on to the situation happened me to introduce myself as, my name is Rajesh. I'm 34 years old. I'm from Vishakhapatnam. I done my master's in microbiology, and later on I completed my MPhil in microbiology. So in Vishakhapatnam, in a reputed hospital, I'm working as a senior microbiologist from the past 2016 onwards to 2024 in a reputed hospital as a senior microbiology. So when I'm going to this medical field, I thought that I want to improve my skills and to have a good future and to support my family through financially. When I am working in a reputed hospital, I draw a salary about 35 to 45,000 between. So I thought in some of the people are going to the abroad countries, they think that they will getting a huge amount and they can survive their family in future. So why not I try? So I just tried in so many ways through my medical department also. When I'm trying, I got a message through a social media, Instagram and Facebook like that. So I just clicked that link. So in that link, they said that you will be getting a job in the role of chat supporting staff in a country called Bangkok. So everyone, man's dream and a boy's dream is to go to Bangkok. So I thought that, okay, I'm getting a job in Bangkok now, so I can enjoy the life in the Bangkok areas, everything. So in that case, I just entered that link and I interested in that job. I just gave a message to them and they replied me within a half an hour. They asked me to give a small introduction part video sent to us, then you will be going for another round. So I gave my introduction in English. So they accepted me within 5 to 10 minutes. And they called me in the night session, in the midnight session, around 11:30 p.m. They told me that your introduction is good and your communication skills are good. So we can go through for another round. They said you need to pass the test in our typing skill. So what are the requirements? I just asked them. Whether you will send the link or I have to type the video and I have to send you. So they given me a typing skill link to me. So I just entered that link and I have given a typing test to them. So within half an hour to 1 hour, they said that your typing skills are good. So you are selected for this job. So I thought it's in another country, it's in foreign country. How can I trust you, sir? So they said like that, you will get a visa for you and we will provide you tickets for you and free and accommodation will be provided by ourselves. No need to pay anything for this job. So I thought it was a good company. I trusted that it was a good company and I accepted that offer. They given me salary about 1,500 baht. So it will be converted in Indian currency, it's around 1.30. So I thought 1.30 it's a good amount for me and my family will be in future. So I accepted that offer on that day only. So in the April 24th is my journey to the Bangkok. They given me the flight tickets and visa. On that time, the April month is a visa on free for Bangkok. So they told me that you come through a tourist, then we will convert that tourist visa to work visa. So I thought, how can I trust you, sir? No, you have to trust because it is a closing process. The recruitment process is very low. So you are selected, you are good in communication and you got in typing skills. So no, don't ever, don't please trust us and have this opportunity. So I trusted them and I went through that. So they given me ticket from Bangkok to from Visakhapatnam to Dongmong Airport. So I traveled on 24th April and I reached to Bangkok on 25th morning. When I reached to the Bangkok, they eventually give a messages from through Telegram and my WhatsApp number. So in that case, they told that one of the person will be coming to you and pick to you through car and you will be transferred to the company. So I just waited in the Dongmong airport, and on that time the person has been came and he took me to almost 7 to 8 hours in the car. When I crossing the road, the 3 borders are crossed, but I don't know that the borders are, it is real or no, I don't know. But they told me that we are traveling from Bangkok to another places, so we need to cross the through by land. So we have to approach them, we have to give your passport and you have to sign there. So I thought, okay, I will do the things, what you want to do, I will do the thing. So when I am traveling, I asked the driver person and asked that how much time it will be taking to reach the company. He said around 8 to 7 hours, 7 to 8 hours. Okay, no issue. Then I told, and meanwhile we are going, the company person, HR person is sending messages, don't worry, we are taking care of you. You will be in the company around 7 to 8 hours. So okay, I'm okay for that. And later on, after 7 hours, they kept me in a hotel room and they said, you have to wait for up to 4 to 5 hours and take rest and we will take you in the evening session. So I thought, okay, I will stay here because all the people who are coming from your place, we will gather all the persons at a time and we will take you to the company. So on the day, I went to the hotel and I waited almost 5.5 hours. In the night session around 9:30, another car came to our hotel section and they asked me to come to office, we will take care. So I just went through this another car. In that car, another 3 more people are there. They are from some of them from Pakistan and from Ethiopia and from Sri Lanka. So these 3 people are already in that car. So I went through that car. When we going to that car, we went to another jungle place. It's in a jungle place, and they dropped them us there, and they told that you will be having another car to go to the another office. So I thought that is that the correct place I am here or not? I don't know on that time. And again we went to the river. That Mani sir has been shown that river, na? So we went to that river, and after that I'm thinking that how we will cross that river. On that time, another boat has been came for us, and we transferred to that boat and we crossed the river, and another car is ready for us to take to the company. So almost 5 cars have been used for me to take to the company. After reaching the company is around almost 7 to 10 feet tall. Walls are there. Like you all have watched any KGF movie, you can see how the people entering into the gate, how the gate will be closed. Like that, the scenario has been there in that company. So when I entered into the company, they asked me to give my passport and my phone to them. So after that, one of the HR came and he take my passport and visa and asked me to do the typing test again. After taking the typing test on the day, so they said they stopped me and they told that your typing skills are good, so you are okay for a job. So I don't know that it is a chat supporting staff. They given me a role as chat supporting staff, but they used to see my typing skills, everything is done. After that, they told that you have to take rest on this day, and next day you will be getting in a group and you will be doing the work. On that next day morning, some of the people from Ethiopia and and from Sri Lankans or from Pakistani who are already there in that company told that why you came here. This is not good jobs here. We are doing a scamming work. I don't know what to tell them. So they told me that as soon as possible you go back to your place. So I thought I will ask to the concerned person, so the HR department, that I don't want to do this job. So I told that concerned person, sir, I don't want to do this job. I want to go to home. Please allow me to go to home. They said, no, you have to do the work. Sir, I don't want to do the work. And around 5 to 6 hours, I requested them to, I don't want to do this job. And but they don't know English and Hindi, they don't know anything. Only they know only Chinese language, only they know. And one of the translator is there in that company. And I went to that translator and told them, sir, I don't want to continue this job. I want to quit this job and I want to go to home. Please allow me to go to home. Then he said, if you want to do the work or not. If you don't want to do the work, you have to face the scenario. And I said that I don't want to do the work. And the HR department, Chinese department, and told me that if you don't do the work, you will be keeping in a jail. So on that scenario, I don't want to do anything. So I told that I don't want to do the work. Then they put me on a jail, and they hanged me one hand like this and one hand like this for an iron rod almost 3 days. There is no food, no water, nothing. Almost 3 days I was hanged by like that only. And after every day morning session, they forced me to force it with the water. How the fire will be stopped with that force of water. They forced me that kind of pressure from my head part to tail part, from the toe part. So I gone through that situation also. After the 3 days, they again the HR department and that translator came to me and asked me that you want to continue or you want to, if you want to do anything, you want to continue or not. So and on that scenario also I told that I don't want to continue this job, I want to quit this job. And they said one thing, if you don't do this job, we will kill you right now. On that scenario, I thought I just gave the answer, just kill me. They laughed me and told that we will give you 5 more minutes to you. Please think it and tell the better answer for me. And in that situation, I don't know what to do. Either I want to continue or I want to leave this place. So on that time, I decided there is no chance to go out from that place. So I decided to do the job. So I told that I want to continue this job, and they released me from that day, and they take me to the company, and they told me you will be assigning to another group, so you will be continuing a job for this company as a chart supporting staff. You have to do a scamming work on that day. They told me the process, what I have to do on that day only. And after the next day, I went to they assigned me to the Sri Lankan group. Around 20 members are there. One senior member will be there. And I was in that group. They they told me this is the process we have to do. There is a scripted called, his model name is Ella. She's a model from USA. He's from real model or fake model, I don't know. That model name is Ella. They given the model's description of 4-day scripts. In the first day, how we have to chat with that male persons and how we have to interact with that person and how we have to take that information, what is the scenario and how we have to approach them. Like that, there is a scripted model. In the first day, the Ella's background, what he is doing, what she is doing, what kind of work she is doing, what's her family background, what's her interest, who is their friends. Like that, 4 day script will be there. So I have to go on through that 4 day script for almost 1 week. They given me a training to study that material. I went to study the material. On the 7th day, they given me a system and a mobile phone for me, and they said you will be getting a 30 numbers, WhatsApp numbers to you every day. You have to chat with that people, and you have to be scam that people. So on that day, they give me instructions. They are given the 30 numbers. First message we have to send, that is hi, hello. If a female person is talking with a male person, with a hi, hello, with a stranger, they will think that, okay, female person is talking with us, as a good girl is talking with us, so we will interact with him, with her. If they think like that, they said hi means we will send an vulgar photo of the model. It's a half body photo will be shared to them as a face, and western colored dresses, we will share that photo to them. If he reacted with that photo, so the girl is okay, she is a good looking girl. If he think that he is okay, then he will chat with us. And that moment we will ask, we will share our details. We will share my details like Ella. I'm a female contestant. I'm sharing the details to the male person, like a girlfriend or a wife or any other person, to trust that person. So we interacted like this, hi, hello, everything. If the person is reacted, and I will share my details like I'm one of the person in some country, and my age is like this, and I do this work, and I having some friends, my family background is like this, and I will interact with that person. If he's okay with that, if he's okay, and then I will ask him like this, what is your name, and what is your, from which country you are from, like a stranger. What's your age and what's your qualification, what's your background, I will ask like this. If he okay to tell everything, and then it will be in a process like 4-day process. First day will be the interaction. Second day will be the person having any interest in doing some gyms or workouts or any going out of anything, like in the second day. And the third day will be sharing my personal experience, that I'm having a love failure, or like interacting with that person, that I'm a love failure, you will be with me, you will get me a bonding. So like that I have to interact with him. So the third day will be like that. If he is okay, I'm your boyfriend or I'm your loved person, I'm ready to interact with you. If he accepted means, and we will approach you, then the process will begin like that. The girl is, the Ella is a boutique owner, and she having a shop in offline and having an online purchasing center. So I have to share the details of what she is doing in the online. It's a boutique center. She used to tell that person, if you help me through my work, you will get some amount you will be getting if you help me through this work. So if he is okay to do help him, then we will giving a link to him, that if you click that link, you will getting some money to you. So if he accepted that link, then we can see his data, his account details, everything we can see in my system. So if he having so much of money, then I will have to inform to my senior person that this person is having lots of money. So should I continue to scam this person and take that money from that account? So if he gives my order, then I will approach him. Then you have to then we will have some conversation with that person that like, if you help me in my work, you will getting a 25 USDT dollars to your account right now. So if he accepted to do that work, then we will giving a 40 orders. In that orders, it will be a girls, clothings will be there, like lipstick ads will be there, bags will be there. It's an EBI platform. The link we have to send that it is an EBI platform. So we will send that EBI platform to that person. If he click that link and he has to register with his own mobile number and identity. So if he registered in that account, and then we can see his account details. After finishing his 40, in that orders, he have to be give 5-star ratings. If he give 5-star ratings to that orders, he will get the money. First of all, we will give 25 USDT dollars to him. After that, we will arrange another plan to him to get all this money from his account. First of all, we will give 25 USDT through some apps called Binance app and Bitcoin apps and cryptocurrency apps will be giving to that concerned person. This kind of work has been done by me on that scenario. Later on, we will, I done this kind of work. I don't want to continue on that day, and so I don't want to do this job. And again, I asked to the HR manager, so I don't want to continue on this job, sir. Please send me back to the India. So they asked me some money, but on that time I don't have that much money to give them. I don't know what to do. Then I decided to give this link, the location and details to my father. So, and then they given me a WhatsApp now, so I just entered the details to my father and said that I was trapped from the reputed company. I was trapped here. I just want to come to India, so please help me. Like that, I just messaged to my father, and my father approached to one of our state government police department, DCP or DCP. So they approached to my father and they said, don't worry, your son will be get back to you. So when I shared the link, they came up to across that river only. The police department of our state, they came up to that river department, river section only, river location only. Then one day they came here to pick me, but the location was shared from that river point only, but they didn't come to that company. And they thought that some of the people are coming from another country to take these people from us, so we have to stop them. So they transferred from that company to the another place. So we are transferred to the another place, and the same scenario has been done there also. Again, I send my location and everything details to my father. At last, one fine day, one Tamil NGO person, his name is Bola Shankar sir, who came from Tamil Nadu. He's already in Myanmar only. He's a Myanmar person who came to that company and brought us brought me out, and they asked some money, but the police department from our state and my dad said that police department said that don't pay any money to that people, they will bring back your son. So on that day, we approached that Tamil person, that Bola Shankar sir. He brought back from that place to another border place. So from there, he lefted me, and through a river point, he lefted me there, and then again crossed that river, and then Thailand police people has caught me, and they said you are illegally come to our country, so you will be facing scenario, you will be going for jail, like that they said, and they took me to the Masood jail. After that, I just went for an jail and I told that, sir, I came for legally. I don't like this company has been given me a job offer like this, but they given another job. They do they keep done with me as scamming work. So I don't want to continue, sir. So that's why I came like this, sir. So I told everything to that Thailand Masood person, Thailand police person, and he concerned about my scenario, and he said, you will be get back into India through your Indian embassy. So you have to wait for in Masood for 5 days. So I just waited for Masood in 5 days. And in 5 days, after 5 days, there is no food, nothing. They used to give me snakes and frogs like that. They have to give in. And almost 3 to 4 months, I didn't eat anything. Only water I have been taken. So after that scenario, went to Masood Judge Court. So I just paid 1500 Thai baht to them that I illegally entered into that place now. So I have to pay the money to them. So if we want to go to home, we have to pay the money. So I just paid the money. After that, they transferred me to the Bangkok IDC center. In IDC center also, if you want to go right now, you have to pay 20,000 Thai baht. So I paid, I want to, if you want to pay, you will go to the India directly. But on that time also, I didn't pay the money. And on that time, Indian embassy came and I approached them. And they decided that if your family give you ticket, then you will be going to India. And my family approached Mani sir, and Mani sir has been given the ticket for me. From that place to here, I came safely. I'm really thankful to the person who stand behind me is my Mani sir. I'm really thankful to you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for the heart-touching and profoundly moving narrative. Your courage is truly inspiration to all of us. If there are any further questions, participants may raise their hands and the microphone will reach. Right.
1,500 to the court. Illegal entry to the Thailand.
Sir, so the Thailand police see the victims as an illegal immigrant. So they actually ask them to they fine them for illegal. Oh, that 1,500. So how did you raise that?
When I working in that company, they give me a salary. In 20,000 USDT, I have to be target. So if 20,000 less I am given, they will be giving a punishment for me daily. 3 beatings like the video have been seen. I got 3 beaten from rod and 2 electric shots given for me, all because of 500 less of 20,000 USDT. So every time you will be getting like this, they told like that. If you do the work, you will getting the salary. So I got some salary, and the salary also in lost it there only. I got only 2,000 Thai baht with me in my hand. So on that day, the judge person asked me to, if you pay the 1,500 Thai baht, we'll going to back to India. So I'm having that money only. I paid them to the judge persons. That's it.
Request Dr. Anthony Alex, Assistant Director, Kerala Judicial Academy, to hand over a souvenir of appreciation to Sri Rajesh. Thank you, sir. May we now request Sri Sujit K. Director, Kerala Judicial Academy, to conclude the sessions with his concluding remarks.
I know that you haven't got a break, and it's better not to have a break and go straight to the home. So, today, now we are coming close to a very important colloquium on anti-human trafficking. Right from the morning, we are hearing certain heart-touching stories regarding how these operators are befooling the victims. And the last, we got very heart-rending voice from the survivor himself. The kind of loss he suffered, how he was treated as a commodity by the operators. He narrated it so lucidly. And some of the things he has said, that he was compelled to eat frogs, snakes, which may be the usual thing as far as people of those parts of the world used to eat. But a person all of a sudden is compelled to eat those things. We cannot imagine his life at that time. He suffered it, and some of the things, other things he has taken, it's really struck our conscience. So that is the reality of the crime of this nature. In the morning, we began with the enlightening session by Honorable Mr. Justice Adul Sridharan. His narration was interwoven by hypothetical narratives also. That is so enlightening from the side of his lordship. He narrated the legal reflections on the crime, and it was so enlightening, enriching for us, which is followed with lucid narrations from the side of Sri Sadish Bino IPS. Some of the things he has stated here was real eye-openers for me also. First time I am hearing about such incidents which is happening in our neighborhood, and how the police is outsmarts those perpetrators. That is also narrated by him. That was a very enlightening session from the side of Sadish Binu. Then, of course, one of the most overlooked aspect, that exploitation of high qualified individuals by these operators. That is the subject of the spoke by Dr. Devasita. So now, even to the war fronts, these persons were tricked and trafficked. The operators are that much smart. And when Sadish Bino said that some of the operators came straight to Alleppey without knowing that the police has tracked their persons at here, and thereby fell into the trap of the police. So we should imagine that the periphery of this crime is borderless. So the persons operating from afar is gaining something from us, finding the victims at a very remote locations. So this is the very, very heart of this kind of crime. So the colloquium, which is actually conducted with the request from the Union Home Ministry, and IJM also volunteered to partner with the endeavor of the Judicial Academy. I initially thank the Union Home Ministry as well as IJM for partnering us, for rendering assistance to the successful conduct of this colloquium. I also thank all the speakers who has contributed us, who had given no information to us, who has broadened our perspective regarding human trafficking. I thank all of the speakers who have come here to enlighten us, and my dear participants, my dear judicial officers, prosecutors, advocates, police personnel, and government officials. So the information you gained here is for your future work, and we should work harder to eradicate, eliminate this crime of this nature of crime from our territory itself. I'm sure that you have gained lot of things from this colloquium. Thank you for coming. Thank you for participating. The colloquium conducted by the Judicial Academy. Once again, I am thanking all who have contributed for the success of this colloquium from the bottom of our hand. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. As we sign off from this one-day judicial colloquium, we at the Kerala Judicial Academy are extremely grateful to all who made it to today's program. We hope that the sessions and deliberations have been eye-opening and enriching. We trust that the ideas reflected here would be translated into actions. The insights shared today by the judiciary, law enforcement, and survivors will undoubtedly shape a more holistic and human-centric approach to anti-human trafficking efforts. We thank you once again. Have a good evening.